this is like a big technological change, and that means there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be different, and we really need a constructive way to actually talk about what they are. What do they mean, not just for building products that have AI, but for how AI is going to affect our work. And so we've been working really hard to put together a program, not just with people who've been using ChatGPT for a few weeks, but more with people who've been actually working with AI tools and technology for literally years. And we think those people are probably the ones who have something to say that's worth listening to. So that's what today is all about. We're covering things like, where the history of AI has been, it's some of its roots in cognitive psychology, some of its future aspirations. There's some VCs coming to talk about what they think is going to happen next. It's a really great program. I hope to stick around for as much of it as you can. And with that, I want to get into a few really important thank yous. First of all, it would be very, very difficult, maybe impossible, to do this today without our wonderful friends at Google who have offered this beautiful space in downtown San Francisco to us at no cost. Thank you very much to Keith and the whole Google team. We're so lucky to have partners. Big shout out. And another group of people I really have to thank are our wonderful sponsors. Now, this is actually going to be the first of many events happening over what we're calling the 23-24 learner season. You're going to see many events like these that are responding in real time to some of the changes and difficulties and challenges and opportunities in our space. We've always wanted to do something like this. We never really had the resources to be able to do it. And this summer, we went to a few companies and we said, hey, here's this crazy thing that we want to do. It's going to cost a bunch of money. What do you think? Can you support us? And right away they said, luckily, many of them we've been working with for many years and who have been massive supporters, not just of learners, but really the entire research community. So when we do all the events that we're going to do this year, all of which are geared towards supporting your professional growth and development, all of which are going to be available free of charge to you from the comfort of your own home, I want you to think about these folks. You're going to hear from them today. You're going to hear from them after the conference. But I want you to think about the incredible investment that they're making into our community. Them, thank you so much. We really couldn't do this without you. And last thing is there's only so much learning we can cover in the few short hours that we have today. We have folks who are here and who are scattered all over the place who are going to be answering your questions, who've been working on AI. If you have questions and you want to get them out there and maybe it's not covered today, put them on the Learners app and we'll get some folks who are really smart and been working about the space, you can feel free to jump in as well. So head over to joinlearners.com if you want to grab that. There's already some content being created by folks who've been building in the space for a while, so check that out. And without further ado, I am super excited to be starting today with Ricardo Prada. Ricardo's been working in this space for quite a while. He's director of UX at Google. Ricardo, amazing. Please give a very warm welcome to Ricardo. Take it away, my friend. Just go to Barry's. That's the next slide. Okay?
Thank you. Well, it is wonderful to be in front of this audience of UX and especially UX research people. So I feel like I'm at home. I started out as a UX researcher and as a psychologist, and that's something we're going to talk about today. So I would like to talk today about a special opportunity that people in this UXR community have in the AI space. And in particular, I'm just going to tell you now, I believe that everything that's happening in the AI space is identical to everything that has happened in the development of the social sciences 50 years earlier. So we are seeing all of these developments happen in real time in an accelerated manner. And I sometimes joke that talking to computer scientists who specialize in AI is like going to an alternate universe where social science has been discovered by people who have programming backgrounds. And they have not experienced any of the trials and tribulations that we've all developed. So I know many of us are social scientists in terms of background. If you're not, you're probably still using methods that were derived from those different disciplines. And let's talk about how they show up in AI. So that's what we're going to talk about. We'll talk about definition of terms. We'll talk about what we mean when we talk about AI. And then we'll also talk about that history. And I'll show you a few case studies from my teams at Google Research. Okay. So In Google Research, I lead the AI UX team with a group of about 5 different teams that work on different topics. For example, we have a studio team that looks at whatever the latest technology is that's coming out of Google Research and how it might apply to our products. We have a team that's working on healthcare. We have a team that's working on climate change. We have a team that's working on responsibility and AI ethics. And between us all, we get access to some of the world's best AI researchers and new capabilities, almost none of which I'm going to show you today, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Some of the technologies that we have worked on in the past include Google Translate and the ability to use machine learning to do automatic translation in real time, including, as you see here, the ability to match the type of content that is shown up in the video. We also worked on a project called AIY. This was briefly available. I think it's a collector's item now. Briefly available at all Target stores in North America. It is a cardboard-like device that allows you to build your own version of the Google Assistant and was designed for kids in STEM situations. It's still currently available as a developer platform and a reference for TPUs. We also worked on a project called Pixel Top Shot. Some of you who have Pixel phones may have used it. It basically uses artificial intelligence to guess which photos in a burst that is taken automatically are the best photos in terms of composition, in terms of position of the face, smiles, things like that, and allows you to pick the ones that the AI system recommends. So in many cases, we wind up taking better photos through the AI system than what the human thought they took, but we want to transparently allow the human to make that decision for themselves. We also have a team working on medical products. So, for example, we're working on AI-assisted mammography, the use of AI systems to very, very rapidly screen radiography images and things like that, detect different kinds of anomalies, and this project is fantastic because of the UXR component, right? Google researchers are great at doing things like image recognition. They are not great at understanding, the medical space without the help of UXR, which goes into the field, talks to clinicians, talks to patients, figures out what the workflow looks like. Similarly, we just did a project with American Airlines on contrails. So contrails are those clouds that happen out like behind aircraft under certain weather conditions, where the exhaust mixes with certain weather conditions, causes these clouds. Turns out the clouds account for a very large percentage of the global warming impact of aviation. And so we did a partnership with American Airlines where the leads from American basically said, if you think you have a way of reducing these contrails and affecting our global warming footprint, we would like to know about that. And our UX team went out into the field, partnered with American, figured out the workflows that pilots have to go through, figured out how to integrate our technology, which predicts the flight level that we need to be at in order to avoid the creation of these clouds, and just published a 6-month trial. We found that in aviation, we can probably reduce the about 1% of all on Earth. And that's the power of UX research, right? Being able to go into the field, figure out the feasibility, figure out the design needs, and then make these kinds of things possible. Another example of AI work that we're doing in research is Google MakerSuite. MakerSuite began as a prototyping platform because we realized that with a lot of AI technologies, it takes a really long time to figure out how the AI models work, get them running, and then put them in a prototype that somebody could actually test. For us, on our team, it was taking maybe a couple months for some of these prototypes to happen. So we started building our own tools to try to speed that up by using APIs and allowing really simple, and in some cases, limited coding environments. And we turned that into MakerSuite, which we debuted at I/O. It's a way for the developer teams or any UX prototypers that you work with to get access to a lot of Google technologies early and see if they work for the application you've got. Okay, so I warned you guys about this. You'll notice that I didn't talk about any recent generative AI stuff. You didn't see a single chatbot in this presentation. There's 2 reasons for that. Reason number 1, not allowed to show you some of the cool stuff that we're working on right now, although it is very cool. Reason number 2 is I want to make the point that what people are calling AI lately is not necessarily all of the spectrum of AI. And the things that we're going to talk about language model that you're interacting with through chat, like the OpenAI models or Google's own Bard system. It also applies to multimodal, to anthropomorphize things, but it applies to translation, it applies to prototyping, it applies to image recognition, right? And the parallels that are drawn between how we understand human beings and how we understand all of these capabilities are huge. Okay, so let's start by talking about this process. The process begins at the top. We've got observe and question. We've got hypothesize and take a stand, intervene to create new features, learn fast through prototyping and testing, going through a feedback loop, and then eureka, it works, let's think about the next version. What do we call this process? Just hands up. Scientific method, yes. What else do we call this process? Design thinking, yes, that's right. And I'm gonna let you guys off the hook and say that yes, it's all of those things, right? This process is science, this process is user research, the process is also design, and the process is artificial intelligence. Any one of those different topics can be described through this process. It just depends on where you're putting the emphasis. For many of us as UXRs, we're putting a lot of emphasis on observing and questioning, hypothesizing, and testing. For our designer friends, they put a lot of emphasis on intervening. And for AI systems, they spend a lot of time thinking about training models and then seeing how the models perform. So they're operating on the extremes. And there's a lot of history. And I'm just going to give you guys a short version of some of this history. We're going to start a long time ago, before fields like social science existed. So this is before psychology was a thing. In the 17th century, we had people like Descartes figuring out, like, how does the mind work, right? And the version of this that Descartes came up with is that the human body is full of tubes, and inside the tubes there is like a magical fluid, and that magical fluid makes things alive, and that is what psychology is. Now, where did he get this idea? Well, it happens that Descartes liked to spend a lot of time in gardens, and the fad at the time was for gardens to have robots that were animated by tubes inside of them that had fluids that push the arms up and down, right? So from the very beginning, we've got social sciences being born alongside engineering and using each other as models. In the late 1800s, zooming ahead, the field of psychology, which is where I come from, became mathematical. So we had people introspecting and figuring out, you know, if they could time these mental activities that are happening. We have things that start to look like usability labs. This is Wundt at the beginning of psychology. Then we had a period in psychology where we lost our minds. We decided that introspection did not work at all. And instead, we needed to think of the human being as a black box where we study what goes in and we study what comes out. And then we hypothesize that there's a relationship between what went in and what went out, but we don't care or know about what happened inside. This is also my favorite image from the history of psychology. It is a picture of the founder of behaviorism dangling a baby. And it's a great study. I'm not going to tell you what it was about right now, though. But it led to a lot of innovations, right? By not thinking about the brain that's inside of each of these pigeons, they were able to get pigeons to do things like play ping pong. And there were a whole bunch of different technologies that were developed based on this black box understanding. And I'm going to make the case, just to spoil it, that this pigeon is a lot like an AI system, right? We don't need to understand how it works to understand the inputs and the outputs and figure out how to make it do cool stuff. And let's see if I can go next. In parallel, during this time, computers in the 1940s were also being developed based on neural plausibility. This is the first version of an AI system. It was modeled on the first research on the human brain and operates like a neuron. Back in psychology, we got our mind back through what was called the cognitive revolution. It was the first time we began to do things like this, generate models of what might be happening inside the human brain. They were crude, but they were a lot more predictive than the original ones. And now in the AI world, we're beginning to see a lot of work on introspection of models, interpretability of models, and understanding like what are the training data contributions that lead to model output. In psychology, we got really fancy with our methods. We developed experimental notation, validity assessments, a bunch of things that if you are studying like your first psych methods class, you're going to cover a lot of this stuff. Let's take a look at one quick example of how this old idea could operate in the AI space. One more game. This is Dr. Paul Fitts. We're going to play two truths and a lie. Please do not look on Wikipedia. Here are the things about Paul Fitts. Number one, he was in the Air Force. Number two, he investigated UFOs. And number three, he's the Fitts Law guy. So for those of you who know Fitts Law, it predicts the ballistic motion toward a target. So any guesses on which one of these is the lie? Come on, guys, throw it out. Number three, yeah, Fitts Law guy. That's a good one. Nobody here is questioning whether he worked on UFOs, maybe because of that picture that's up there. So the lie is that there's a lie here. He did all these things. Very interesting researcher from back in the day. Also worked in the human factor space. Fitts Law has been something that in HCI is taught a lot, but from my perspective, one of the most important contributions for the next century is the Fitts list. It is the simplest possible list that you could create. It used to be called the men are better at, machines are better at. Now we call it the humans are better at, machines are better at list. And it's literally a list of things that machines are good at and humans are good at, right? And you separate them out. So you say something like, machines are good at responding quickly to control signals, and humans are better at detecting small amounts of visual, auditory, or chemical energy. And what Fitts would argue is that by understanding and documenting the role that you are putting a human in versus an AI system in, you can better understand how to fit them together in a system, right? You can figure out interaction design. And as we're working with AI systems that are more unpredictable, that have capabilities that are changing constantly, doing this kind of documentation at the beginning of a design process will help you keep track of the decisions that you make throughout the project, and also let you know when it's time to reconsider the entire product. And here's what happened after that. He started out this thing called the functional allocation movement, where he talked about how we can predict how well human-machine systems will operate, and a couple of pieces of philosophy that humans should not do things that machines are better at. So we have a lot of debate right now in the AI space about automation. What Fitts said almost 100 years ago is that instead of worrying about that, let's talk about what is right for humans and remove the tasks that are not meant for us as people to get better. And that humans should focus on things involving human judgment, which is a lot of AI in the loop kind of research that we have today. Okay, in Pixel Top Shot, which is one of our projects, we can talk about the AI being able to process and pattern match in milliseconds, right? So it can tell us if the person was smiling and suggest that might be a better photo. But ultimately, it's the human who decides the value of the photo and whether it's something that matches their goals, right? Now, if we think of both of these systems talking to each other as probabilistic, the same methods that we've developed to understand humans are the exact same methods that we can use to understand how AI systems work. So for all of you here thinking about UX research, I also want you to think about whether you are analyzing the AI system using these same techniques when you think about the training data that goes into the black box. Are you involved in model creation when you're working on these projects? Are you involved in assessment of both the human's performance, but also the output of this AI system? And I'll give you another tiny example. This is a project that we did on skin tone at Google. We launched it about 2 years ago. And the problem that our researchers had, this was a project led by Dr. Heldreth, Dr. Monk, and Dr. Olanubi, was that AI models behaved erratically when taking photos of people with darker skin, right? The hypothesis that we had, thinking back to that original model, is that both humans and AI systems are making probabilistic judgments based on an unclear understanding of what the human was doing. And the solution developed better metrics for both of them. And we created such a scale, we launched it, and we've been doing a lot of testing globally about it. Okay, so my punchline again, the history of AI is really just an accelerated version of the history of the social sciences. And because of our role as UX researchers, we have a lot more power than we think we do. So rather than shy away from working with our computer science partners, it's time to embrace them, to talk to them about where their models come from, what they're trained on, and what the output is that we want them to have. Thank you.
Next slide. We've got some couple minutes for Q&A here.
Okay, yeah.
Anyone have a quick question for Kyle? Anyone have a quick question? I got a quick one for you.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how like the interest level from like the rest of the organization for people outside of the organization has changed for you about the type of work that you're doing over the last like 18 months?
Yes, definitely. So my team is called, oh, sorry. Yeah, the question was, can I talk about the interest that the teams have received in the AI space over the past 18 months and whether that's changed? And I'd say the answer is yes, it's changed a lot. So for a while, Google Research was called Google AI. And so when I went to build the UX team there, we called it the Google AI UX team. And at the time, a lot of people didn't understand why AI required a UX team to be involved in it, because most of the applications were back-end things. Over the past 18 months, the accelerated competition in this space and the fact that everybody now needs AI as part of their startup pitch, as part of their development of new features, the fact that it's really just going to replace what we used to think of as computing, has led to a ton of interest. And it's been fantastic for us. Like having an entire team that has been devoted to this technology for the better part of a decade means that we're able to jump in and work with teams everywhere at Google on all of the different feature sets that are being developed. So we've almost become a consulting firm in addition to creating our own products in-house.
Awesome. Luis, what do you got?
To what extent do you educate the teams that you're working with about the expansive space of AI as to what most teams should understand?
Yeah, to what extent do we educate our teams about that expansive space of AI? We spend a lot of time in education. We have to educate our computer science partners to understand the role that those of us with social science, design, prototyping backgrounds have. We have to spend a lot of time, on the other hand, like teaching our UX counterparts about all of these things. Like we created that tool, Maker Suite, in order to improve prototyping. We had to go around the company showing people how Maker Suite operates until we got many, like, 5-digit number of prototypers operating in the AI space internally. We also developed something called the PAIR Guidebook, the People in AI Research Guidebook, which I think we put out the first version several years ago. And it's a series of principles designed for UX audiences to learn how to incorporate AI into their workflows, and we're working on a revision for that too. It's also used by government officials around the world to better understand how AI operates. So part of our mission in Google Research is not to own products necessarily, but to shape them around the company, and also to develop new practices and share them widely. So several of the things that we talked about also show up as technical papers at UX conferences, or open licensed things that other companies can use. The skin tone scale, for example, the last 2 launches were actually done by Meta as part of their work on AI, and we were very proud to see them caring about equality and fairness.
I think we've got time for one more question right over there. Yeah.
Yeah, the question was about accessibility and whether these technologies work well with assistive tech. Yeah, I mean, we could spend hours talking about that. It is definitely the case that AI technologies provide a whole new set of assistive tools. For example, large language models being able to pattern match and understand context in a way that previous systems didn't means that many things that were previously accessible only to people who had fine motor skills to push buttons or the ability to like visually read lots of text can now be interpreted and mediated by an AI system. And inside of Google, we've developed a lot of AI-based technologies that are now showing up as assistive features on things like our Pixel phones. So I encourage you to look into some of that space. There's so much work being done right now.
couple from the good folks watching from home. So
Yeah.
who does Google AI UX report to? From Beth. Thanks for the question, Beth.
Google AI UX reports into the Google Research area, which is a group across the company. In terms of our VP sponsor, it is the product side of the house in Google Research. So we're part of the product teams. We were also part of the engineering teams before. I think a lot of it has to do with just, where in the organization can we advance best in some of the relationships that we have.
Amazing. Okay, and one final one from Frog Legs Fred. Really cool name.
Nice.
I think this is an opinion one. How much of the startup focus on AI, in your opinion, is based on its potential, and how much is just part of the current hype cycle?
How much hype is happening right now in AI?
Well, yeah. How much of it is cyclical hype, let's say, and how
Yeah.
much of it is like you think is the real deal? Like this is, yeah.
I don't know how to develop a scale that goes up that high in terms of hype happening right now. Look, I mean, AI is probably, at least machine learning, is probably the replacement for the classical kind of computing that we've all gotten used to. So eventually, everything will be AI, and all systems that we interact with will be AI-based. Some of the AI things we're talking about now are things like generative AI, large language models, things like that. Some of those technologies are amazing, and I don't think we've hyped them up enough. In terms of the startup scene, it's hard to get funding right now if you don't point to AI. And so, that's unfortunately adding a little bit of noise, but I'm very optimistic about the future.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Please give it up for Ricardo.
Thank you all. Thank you.
We're going to take a very brief pause so we can recalibrate some of our microphones for the wonderful people at home who are letting us know that they require some calibration. So if we can all talk amongst ourselves for like 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Through here? Yeah. It's like redlined right now.
Testing. Testing, testing.
So good. They just reset everything. No, it's okay.
Testing.
up with a separate audio solution. See if I can come up with a second audio solution faster.
Testing. Testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing.
Yeah, those models are amazing.
Who's the next speaker? And where's that mic?
Hello, hello, hello.
When you speak, hold like this.
Okay, everybody, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. If I can have everyone's attention, please. Thank you.
Beautiful backdrop, actually, with the
There's going to be breaks.
pretty nice.
Lots more time for discussion. I know it was a bit annoying to have that break, but I promise you, it was way more annoying for all the people at home who are hearing all kinds of white noise and fluctuations in volume. For all the people who are at home, they're still sticking around. Can we get a round of applause for them? The prioritizing everything, thank you. We appreciate it, your patience. Hopefully, everything's back to normal and we're back on track. So, before we get to our next speaker, we have a quick announcement from our good friends, our user interviews. Basil, please take it away.
Thank you. I think I'm holding this right. Everyone, I'm Basil. I'm the co-founder and CEO at User Interviews. We've been partnering with learners since the first conference. I think us and Look Back have been here every single year. I think, bar none, it's the best community, puts on the best events in our industry. Every single event, I feel like we learn a lot. And what was that? Oh, heart shape. I thought you were telling me to hold the mic different. I was like, am I supposed to hold it like that? It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, best community in the business for sure. So it's an honor to work together and a pleasure every time. Oops, the wrong way. So that's me, in case you wanted to see my face next to my face. So we started this company back in 2015. Me and my co-founders actually started a different business. We didn't do any user research, so naturally the business failed and we wasted a year and a half. We then were trying to figure out what to pivot to, and started doing a lot of user research. And then we kind of had the aha moment of, oh, this is super valuable. We're passionate about this. And it's really, really hard to find participants. How do other people do that? And that's when we came up with the idea to start user interviews. Since then, we've grown a significant amount. We've done over 500,000 sessions. We've paid $85 million in incentives to participants. And we raised a good amount of money to continue to invest in the product. So what we do is we're the fastest way to run high quality research with your target audience. So we're laser focused on the participants, so participant recruitment or participant management for any type of research, any research methodology with any tool, although we do have a few integrations, including with our good friends at Lookback, which we highly recommend people use. So the way we think about it is, it starts with sourcing participants, and we have a product called Recruit, which is recruiting participants. Usually you can think about that for non-customers. And then we have a product called Research Hub, which is when you want to recruit your own users, and you can think of that as a participant management solution or a participant CRM. You can then invite them to studies. We automate all the stuff that I'm sure you all love doing, like scheduling and sending out incentives and reminders. And then, like I said, you can use those with any tools, but there's a few we have integrations with, including our friends at Lookback, that we highly recommend using. And then after that, obviously you can use a number of tools to store and analyze the insights, like Dovetail, for instance. And then you do it again. So we think by focusing on the participant layer, we think we're quite good at it. On the recruit side, we think our differentiators are we can find really niche users, so different B2B audiences, different personas. We can do it incredibly quickly. Our median time is just 2 hours to find people, or actually 1 hour now. And we think we have a great support team, so you're not just doing it alone. There's actually people there helping you. On the Research Hub side, this is for managing your own customers. We automate, once again, all those things that I'm sure you love, the scheduling, incentives, et cetera. We help you grow your panel through different opt-in forms or through uploading, through CSVs or through APIs. And we let you customize and segment however you want, and then build out guardrails and rules to protect the participant experience, make sure you're doing it compliantly, and also make it as seamless as possible. AI is obviously the theme here, so we want to do a shout out that we released an AI and UX research report. Highly recommend reading it. Our take is user research will always need humans and always need users, but there are different ways AI can make everyone's job a little bit easier, help things go faster, and think it will affect our industry, but we think there's always going to need to be humans there. This that you all should come to because we're paying for it if you all want to.
Thank you, Basil. Keep going the wrong way. Next up, we have a very talented speaker I'm very excited to introduce. Her name is Shayna. One of the really interesting things, I think, when you start bringing in new technology is it really should change how you do research. The methods that worked before might not work in the future, and to help us think about what the future might look like, we have Shayna. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. So as I'm sure you can imagine, I had to go through 6 rounds of approvals to be able to be here, so I'm going to stick very closely to my speaker notes, so I apologize for the lack of direct eye contact. But so with that, let's kick it off. So I'm a researcher at Instagram, part of Meta. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've thought about changing our research methodologies to do research with participants on AI who may be unfamiliar with that technology. So let's skip back in time for a moment. Imagine it's the year 1880, you're in the US, and you've just been hired as a researcher to help identify opportunities in transportation. You meet with this family, and you ask about how they use their horse and buggy. What are their challenges? What do they love about it? What could be better? So you might correctly conclude that horses require a lot of space, they can only carry so much at a time, and they ultimately grow old. But as you might have guessed, you would have missed a few things about where transportation was going. So fast forward 40 years, and the answer is not, I want faster horses, as sort of the old parable goes, and as your participant might have said, because in the meantime, there's been a revolution. The motor wagon, the car, the automobile were just around the corner. So you would have also missed the secondary effects of the car, the sprawl away from urban centers, the building of interstate highways, the rapid expansion of trade. So given that a key goal of research is to help us make better decisions about the future, how can we actually do that when we're on the cusp of explosive change? So generative AI, or Gen AI, might be one such revolution. And just so we're all on the same page, here I'm defining Gen AI as certain AI tools that can create new content, like text, images, or video, by using existing content. So for example, a Gen AI platform could write an essay, like ChatGPT, or it could illustrate a scene based on a user's description, like Midjourney. 2 months after the launch of ChatGPT, think for a second, how many users might a regular startup have 2 months after launch? Think about a good guess for how many ChatGPT might have had. It's 100 million monthly active users 2 months after launch, making it the fastest growing consumer app in history, according to a study by UBS. So this remarkable growth signals remarkable challenges for researchers like us. So how can we possibly add value in a space that's changing this quickly and this dramatically? So some of the specific challenges we're faced with when we're doing Gen AI research is rapid change. So what's true today may not be true a year from now or even 3 months from now. Users do not have expertise. There are not droves of participants who are so expert in this space that they can easily see where the boundaries are going to go. And many have no familiarity altogether with what this technology is or does. They may not even have the vocabulary to talk about it. How can users give you useful feedback if they don't have direct experience with something or know concepts like hallucinations? For all these reasons, it's a great time to get creative with the research methods we need to use to meet the moment. So back to Meta. I too will not be revealing any cool proprietary information, but things we've already publicly announced. In late September, Meta, Instagram's parent company, announced the release of 28 AIs with unique interests and personalities. So you can think of these AIs as a new cast of characters, all with unique backstories. So these include, just to paint a picture, Billy, the no BS ride or die companion, played by Kendall Jenner, and Zach, the big brother who will roast you because he cares, played by Mr. Beast. At the same event, Mark Zuckerberg also alluded to something Meta's been working on, and that's the project we're going to talk about today, AIs for creators. Creators are going to be able to build AIs that extend their virtual presence across apps. These AIs will have to be sanctioned by them and directly controlled by the creator. So what on earth does that mean? And if you don't know, that is exactly where our participants began. So I want to revisit these. We're doing research on creators' AIs, potentially. Now let's look at these issues again. These suddenly may feel more real. Like, how on earth are we supposed to do that research? So I took on creator AI research months before we announced the AI characters I showed you on the prior slide. So how on earth are we supposed to get usable feedback from consumers or creators before they've seen any of this? All while we know that their exposure to AI characters and AI in itself is going to change really quickly, that new issues are going to surface as it becomes familiar, that their comfort levels are going to change, their concerns are going to become more sophisticated. How on earth do we get around these? So this is where we need to get creative. We decided to tackle one of these, trying to simulate the passing of time in our work by inviting the same participants back to multiple sessions. So I'm going to flag the limitations of this approach as well, but let me get into how we did it. So first, we decided to take a qualitative approach. So as you may know, qual can be better suited for exploratory questions and seemed appropriate for the newness of this space and the lack of familiarity that most participants were going to have. Similar to an expert advisory board, where a select group of experts offer their feedback, this is sort of the approach we took, but for us, the experts were creators, Instagram creators, or what you might know as influencers. So participants were invited to a series of focus groups, every 2 weeks for a total of 6 sessions. Each focus group was about 45 to 90 minutes long, and our initial sessions focused on dyads and triads, so very, very small groups to allow for richer initial conversations. Inviting back the same participants over and over again gave them a lot of time and space to reflect on this concept of a creator AI. Like, what would an AI that's supposed to represent you really mean? So what are some of the key tips we have on how to make this repeated measures focus group a success? So first, you have to make sure you have the right participants. Because we're having them come back session after session, you want to be extra certain that they are the right recruits for you. So in our case, this meant that we had a pre-screening conversation to really make sure that they met the criteria we were looking for and that they could expand on their perspective when prompted. But second, it's also important to have an exit strategy. We all know that they might fit the raw criteria, but when you get into the actual sessions, maybe somebody dominates the conversation, maybe somebody's multitasking. So we structured our payment commitment so that they would be paid a small amount after the first session and the remainder at the conclusion of the series of 6 sessions. So then we could fairly compensate participants who we discovered were not a good fit early on and spend our time with the right participants. So what made this a good approach for our particular project? First, it gave us a ton of flexibility. I don't know if anybody here has ever worked on like a lightning speed, fast evolving project, but it's very tough to predict what you're gonna need 6 weeks in the future, which is kind of the cadence of a lot of good research. So by holding sessions every 2 weeks, we were able to focus each session on the learnings that were most urgent to the team at that time. Importantly, because we were changing our focus as needed, we were able to deliver the insights in time to the team for them to actually action on them. It's not like the research was coming well after the decisions had been made. Second, having participants for such a long time meant that we needed to be smart about what we wanted to learn when. So in that first session or two, it's the only time they would be able to share their unadulterated thoughts without being swayed by the concept we were going to be presenting them. So this meant that those first sessions, we got to focus on their core needs and challenges, not really thinking about AI. So what takes up most of your time when you create a post? What parts of your job are the most repetitive? What would you be willing to outsource and what would you not be willing to outsource? In the next session, we then moved on to asking about how AI specifically could address some of those issues. And then finally, later, we introduced the creator AI concept and learned about their initial reactions. However, because it's a pretty new concept, we wanted to give them additional time to let it sink in. By a few sessions later, they were so familiar with the creator AI concept that they were in a much stronger position to be able to give feedback sound feedback on granular parts of the experience, like onboarding, how they'd want to train their AI, what kind of settings they would want to control it. So this approach gives you the chance to learn quite a bit from very, very foundational things to the very tactical things. And success. So as with anything totally new and unfamiliar, we did see some knee-jerk responses of confusion and discomfort. And that was sort of mixed with lasting concerns that we would need to address. If we had held only one session with these participants, we would not have been able to understand which of their concerns were about what was unfamiliar versus which were core needs we would need to address in the product. So by having them come back session after session, we were able to disentangle which were those non-negotiable needs and which were early growing pains around AI that we think might dissipate over time. Okay, so as with everything, this approach has limitations. So it's important to note them early and often and be very clear with your stakeholders about what kind of inferences we can make here and where we should be cautious. So first, we have the usual limitations of focus groups. The sample might not be representative. You might have groupthink or consequences of groupthink. Having a larger group might increase your risk of leaks. So depending on the project you're working on, that could be a concern. And also having so few participants makes it hard to identify subsegments that might be important. But on top of that, there are these new concerns from repeated participation. So participant bias, where participants might tell us what they think we want to hear, might be more likely after multiple sessions. But personally, my biggest concern was around the mere exposure effect, where simply being exposed to a concept over and over again makes it more desirable. So when we observed participants becoming more excited about the creator AI, was that meaningful change, or is that just the mere exposure effect? Like, we can't really tell. And finally, there are still going to be limits of what this could predict about the future. So despite lots of useful insights, a few hours of conversation is not going to be able to predict all the changes we expect to see over the coming years, especially around the secondary effects of AI. So despite these limitations, we were able to meaningfully and hopefully for the better, improve product plans to better align the creator AI with creators' core needs. So although no one in 1880 could have fully predicted the impact of the automobile on the world, being thoughtful about our approaches and research can help get us an inkling of where the world might be going. As researchers, a big part of our expertise is knowing all the tools in our toolbox. When should we use qual? When should we use quant? When does it need to be in person? When could it be online? So as we look ahead to future research in Gen AI, we should feel free not only to look across our toolbox, but to be prepared to invent new approaches of our own. Can you upskill your participants instead of recruiting users of Gen AI today? Can you hold a repeated series of focus groups to watch comfort change over time? What do you need to know, and what is a limitation you can live with? You are the expert. Get creative, and you can meet this moment.
Can we do some questions?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, who's got a question for Shayna? Oh, yes.
So I particularly have a question, because I know a lot of creators and artists in the space, and let me know if I need to speak up. How did these creators respond to you coming with AI, knowing that AI has been seen in the creator communities to steal art and replicate art, and actually in some ways has actually kept creators from wanting to post their content online. And this is not only musicians, this is also musicians, dancers, artists, to be able to regenerate their ideas, worrying about also ideas.
Yeah, so is the question sort of how do we do this work knowing that creators might have these concerns?
Yeah, and how did they kind of interface with you knowing they had those concerns?
Yeah, so a couple pieces. One, us understanding those concerns at this stage is very important. So again, it's getting back to what are the core needs we need to address. In this particular case, we expected that this is a product we would build. So we recruited specifically participants who were open to AI to get feedback that we thought would be most valuable. And with our stakeholders, we noted we are missing a core piece of understanding around what skeptics might think about this product, but it did put us in a good situation to understand, for people who are open to this, what are the boundaries, what are they excited about, et cetera.
So that was a question about creators being concerned about AI stealing stuff, basically, for those of you at home. Any other questions here? Questions at home as well? Yes, right over here.
Yeah, hi. I'm curious, in those early sessions, how much detail were you providing? How much of the concept were you giving? A lot of details of here's what we know we're going to be building and what are your reactions, or was it more kind of a high-level intro and getting into some of their beliefs and ideas about it?
So just to repeat the question for folks at home, when you were starting out in these sessions, how much context did you give them about what you wanted to build, your vision for it, how AI works, I guess, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's good. Couple things. So as I mentioned in there, we started off sort of not talking about AI at all, knowing that it was our only opportunity to get that sort of unadulterated perspective, and just asking them about things. We were listening for things we knew AI could solve for. So what are the repetitive parts of your work that we know could be easily, potentially automated, and what are the parts that you want to focus on. So we started off with those sorts of things. As we moved forward, we introduced more of a broad concept where we would pitch the idea in a vague way and get sort of initial reactions, why those were their reactions, et cetera. And then we quickly moved on to use cases. So we would show mock-ups, give them the use case, get feedback, and then use that to help narrow the set of use cases we were considering. So again, I moved from very, very broad to over time more specific. And by the end, we were literally showing like different onboarding approaches, and they could give, hopefully, useful feedback. Yeah.
So this ties in nicely with a question from our folks tuning in at home. After you designed the new AI concept, did your team do any follow-up research on this design? And if you did, like maybe you could talk a bit about what that looked like.
Yeah, so what I showed you today, the character AIs that Meta announced, is actually different than the project that I was talking about today, although they are related. So we're certainly like looking towards the learnings, from that project, both in log data and in user feedback, and then presumably some of that can inform how we work towards this as well.
Awesome. Let's take another one from in person. Yes, right over there.
Curious, if you're having AI creators be selected based on like people who are open to AI, you kind of almost like normalize the creativity. I'm wondering if that's in a way you're refining creativity in a way that's almost limiting kind of biases. And kind of just curious how to make that work first, really, fully open up like the human creativity.
I didn't hear the end of that. Can you say it again?
It's kind of like, reducing biases and kind of like opening up like full kind of human creativity.
Yeah.
Yes.
How you kind of factor that in essentially almost selected from a handful of people and you refine it.
Yeah.
So just to repeat the question, it sounds like it's about by selecting creators who are open to the AI, what kind of biases did that bring in that you're probably thinking about, and how did that factor into how you analyze the information you got?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest piece was recognizing that as a limitation and being very clear about that with our stakeholders and saying like, this is what we think this data can tell us, and this is where we have big blind spots that we're gonna need to address with future work. I think it's always a good question to ask about like the representativeness of our samples, and it's a good reminder that when we think about building for diversity and inclusion, research is in many cases the first line of sort of defense or doing a good job for that. So as we recruited for that small sample, we still did try to look for like a hearty mix of ages, genders, races, locations throughout the country. So even though we were getting an intentionally biased sample in some ways, we try to hit a wide swath of people in other ways.
So I got another good one from at home, from Sylvie. How will you think about researching the long-term impact of this new tool on creators and users?
Yeah. That's a great question. So I think the reality is this can only get us so far, and we have to continue to do additional research moving forward. So even now that we have the character AI, and as I said before, I think the secondary effects of this are going to be interesting. So getting to this idea of like, how does this impact how they think about creation? As of at least a few weeks ago, I thought it was too early to ask creators those kinds of questions. But I think we're now quickly getting to the place where people are going to have more informed opinions about sort of the secondary effects of AI on creative work. Yeah.
Amazing. Please give it up for Shayna. Thank you. A few words from our friends over at Look Back. I've been informed that I've not been holding the microphone close to my face enough, so I'm passing that wisdom on to you, having made that mistake myself instead.
Thank you, Alec. Great. Everyone's been doing this wrong. Let's see. No. Someone should do research on this. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Henrik, and I'm the CEO of Look Back, and I'm here to talk about our AI assistant. And I'm just going to reveal everything we're building, so no secrets. It's called Eureka, and it's going to help you do a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to talk about that. But first, a few words about Look Back. So we are a user research platform that you can use to do any sort of qualitative research on all kinds of devices, remote, in-person, moderated, unmoderated, anything basically that records something that's on a screen on a face, in a voice, whatever. Use Lookback for that. And shout out to user interviews, of course, if you need participants. We really like each other. Cool, so Eureka. This is a research sidekick, and I'm going to demo in more length tomorrow. There's going to be an email you can sign up. And you can request beta access now. It's available on the free trial as well, so that's the best way to find out about these things. And the philosophy behind Eureka is that basically a continuation of the philosophy we had at Lookback all the time. We do so much research on researchers doing research, and we kind of know what you do well and what's powerful and what is kind of a waste of your time and stuff like that. So we've been trying to build a tool that helps with that for a long time now. So we've taken kind of the most liked features, and we've tried to, like, if we can, use AI to enhance those. And when I say AI, this is an LLM that we're using. So I'll just go straight to kind of what we've built so far, and then there's more stuff to come. So sign up and be part of that journey. So the first thing we took is we have seen that people use transcripts to navigate sessions, so qualitative data, fantastic, very rich. Hours and hours and hours and hours of video, right? So when you have to go back after a session to see kind of, oh, there was something interesting here, what was it? But also when your stakeholders have to kind of navigate, it's impossible almost to navigate on your own, the research, right? But we want people to engage with the research. That's when the cool stuff happens. So one thing that Eureka does is it takes these these transcripts and it turns it into headlines that you can kind of just scroll through the session. And this is super cool. You should really try it out. I use it all the time now. My researchers send me like hours and hours of interviews. I just go through and I scan kind of an hour interview in 2 minutes. And whenever I find something, I'm free to just like click down into that and all the way down to the actual video. So super helpful. And the second thing we're doing, I made these slides. My design team is on vacation. Sorry about that. So anyway, this is supposed to represent the other thing that we built, which is the button. So another thing that people are doing is they're taking notes while they're doing live sessions, right? Because we don't want to return and do everything after. But while we're doing live sessions, we're also doing something else. We're moderating. We're trying to build rapport. We're trying to, understand what's going on. And if we're looking at the participant, we're turning away. The participant sees that, oh no, I'm being studied, et cetera, right? And you can see this was, I don't know, sorry for the folks at home, I'm pointing at what a note looks like in a live session. Oh, this is about bias, something, on I go, right? Sometimes it's just a B, or like we're dropping an emoji or something like that. So we built a button that looks at what's happening, and Eureka will just write the note for you. So whenever something is happening, just push the button. And that's what we built so far, and I think we're going to just keep building stuff like this. Nothing super fancy in terms of like, here's the report, this is what the research means. It's more kind of helping you do your job, and the machines can do the stuff that they're good at. So that's what we're doing at Lookback. See the full demo tomorrow if you want, and most important of all, happy researching, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Okay, now the question is, will I press the right way? Nope. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you for bearing with us, folks at home. Thank you for putting up with the audio issues. Should be fixed now. You're all great. We'll see you back in about 10 minutes or so. Let's take a little breather. Let's digest. Take it easy. Yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good little breather. Maybe you made a coffee. Maybe you didn't. If you had a coffee, you are wiser than me. I am like way low on caffeine, but I'm going to fix that very shortly. Moving on to, nope. Every time. Gosh darn it. Yes, remember, if you have more questions that you want to get with the rest of the community who's been working on AI UX research, there's lots of folks who are answering your questions. Savina from Meta has already answered a couple of them. Thanks, Savina. You're the best. So you can do there, joinlearners.com. And then one of our other lovely sponsors, we have our friends from Dovetail. Take it away. Hold that to your mouth. And there we go. Thank you, Dovetail.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter. I lead the go-to-market team at Dovetail. Excited to be here with all of you today. For those of you who don't know what Dovetail is one of the world's leading customer insight hub platforms today. Whoops, wrong way. There we go. We work with customers like Sonos, Atlassian, Harvard, Canva to help them build better products. So just exactly how do we do that today? Well, Dovetail enables you to analyze your customer research, data, as well as store your insights in one searchable platform, right? And this is going to help you drive greater stakeholder buy-in across the research you're doing at your organizations today. We have recently moved to San Francisco. Dovetail is based out of Australia, so our go-to-markets teams are all based in San Francisco today. So we've recently moved in. We're trying to get more involved with the community. So we're pleased to announce that we are partnering with learners to launch a new event early in 2024 called Inside Out. Do keep an eye out for communications around what this event will, like when the event will be. Going to be great events, activities, speakers, and of course food for everyone there to enjoy and consume. Finally, if you're interested and you want to give Dovetail a go, we are offering free trials, so feel free to sign up through this barcode here. I also will be launching a Dovetail demo tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, so feel free to join in. Excited to show everyone who does want to join the platform, and feel free to reach out with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I got it. We set our expectations low at Learners for competence. Anyway, very excited for our next speaker. Now, one of the really cool things, I think when a lot of us think about AI, you know, obviously the ChatGPT and Bard and all this cool stuff just like pops into our head. But there are some places where they've been working on AI that doesn't look like a chat bot thing for a very long time. And these are very complex, very interesting and intricate systems. And so I was really excited to get our friend over here from Cruise, Lisa, to come and talk to us about some of the incredible work that she's been doing. And I think this is really getting to a level of depth about how to think about the research work that needs to be done within AI systems. So I'm super excited about this. Lisa, can I hand this over to you?
Yeah,
Give it up for
thank you.
Lisa.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. All right. Well, first I want to thank you all for being here. It's been really great so far. And I'm going to give you a different view, like Alex said, of the way, of user research with AI. Like the last speaker, I also had to go through several rounds of approval to be here, so I, too, will be referencing my speaker notes. Cool. Whoa, I did it, too. All right. Here's my title slide, the role of user research in AV development. Okay, so at the heart of what I'm going to talk to you about today is this question. How can user research play a role in AI engineering? Now, I know that these two worlds probably seem like they're worlds apart, but they're actually interconnected. There's been a lot of excitement and anxiety in the user research community around the role of AI, but I think there's one thing that we often fail to talk about, and that's how user research can be integral to the very creation of AI. Today, I'm going to make the case for how we as user researchers can play a pivotal role not only in defining the end user experience, but in the very engineering and development process.
Okay, so during my time today with you, I hope you'll be able to take away 3 things. The first one is how user research supports AV development at Cruise. So we'll talk a little bit about the AV development process and where user research fits in. Then we'll go through 3 examples of what this can look like in practice. And then finally, I hope to leave you with a challenge that I hope will kind of like spark some thinking about what this means for you. But before we get into all that, let me introduce myself a little bit more. I'm Lisa, and I'm a user researcher at Cruise. So for those of you who don't know, Cruise is one of the companies that is pioneering self-driving technology. This is a totally new technology that we're bringing to the world for the first time. I've been at Cruise for about 2.5 years, and most of the research, virtually all of the research that I've done has been focused on the people, workflows, and specialized tools that we need to build to make these AVs a reality. So when I say that, you can imagine that there's not a lot of tooling that actually supports AV development that already exists. We have to develop that, like virtually all in-house. So this isn't my first time working at the intersection of AI and human experience, though. Before that, I was at IDEO, where I worked at, I researched and prototyped AI products that had the ability to enhance human lives. And obviously one of my passions is taking a human-centered approach to building new tech products. And that's why I'm very interested in the space of how user research can support AI engineering. Now, I don't know how much you guys know about self-driving cars, but we're going to talk a little bit about what the actual technology in self-driving cars is. So the AI that powers an AV is not one monolithic model. It's actually made up of many different models that all do different things. At the highest level, we call this the AV stack, and it's made up of models for perception, which help the AV see and understand what's around it, prediction, which kind of predicts the behavior of other actors on the road, and planning, which makes decisions about what to do next based on the output of perception and prediction. All of this is extremely complex. These models, they're not just 3, there are many perception models, many prediction models, many planning models. It's extremely complex, but all of that complexity is built and managed by human beings. There's a lot of work that goes into building the tools that they need to succeed and making sure that they have the right information to make decisions. Okay, so that was an introduction to Cruise. Before we get into what user research that I've done has looked like, let's take a step back and think about what we might think of as a typical way that user research can show up for AI. I think in a typical view, you would usually see the AI as a black box. In fact, we started talking about that earlier today. And we would focus more on the interface between the AI and humans. So how are people using it? How should they integrate it into their workflow? Is it usable? These are the kinds of questions that we would ask. But what I would argue is this specialized AI is not actually a black box. Even though it seems like that sometimes, it's really not. So how can we expand our thinking beyond the black box? So to do that, I think we have to understand a little bit more about how the development process actually works. The development process looks something more like this. And right now what I'll do is kind of like walk you through this process with the example of, let's say a behavior was observed, like a weird behavior around a bicyclist was observed. Okay, so the first thing that needs to happen is engineers and developers need to understand the problem. This means that they don't just have to understand what went wrong or what we saw. They have to understand like what about the AV stack caused that problem. So in the case of a weird behavior around a bicyclist, was it a problem with how the model perceived the bicyclist was predicted its behavior, or a problem with how the model was actually making decisions around what to do next. It's not simple or straightforward for people to actually diagnose the root cause of issues. The next things that happen is that engineers prepare to do their work. So here they might be, to train their models, they would actually need like thousands of similar scenarios, and they need specialized tools to kind of like be able to identify those. Additionally, here's where they would be coming up with their plan for testing it. So AVs are actually tested in simulation before code changes roll out on the road. So at this point, engineers need to come up with their test suites and actually create them. So here they're creating suites of many different simulation tests that they're going to use later. Next, they move into a part where they actually like train their models, and here they may be looking at many different parameters and data combinations to find out which one works best. And then we go into testing, and this is where engineers will be running all of their simulated tests and evaluating them. At this point, they need to test for improvement, like we talked about, but they also need to make sure that they haven't made anything, like inadvertently made anything worse. So in the example of the bicyclist, if they improved the perception of bicyclists, maybe by adding an understanding of hand gestures, they need to make sure that that hasn't inadvertently caused a regression in the way that the AV reacts to pedestrians. So this analysis can get extremely complex. And then finally, it can go out in the real world. Now, I don't know if any of you are thinking, why am I learning about AV development at a user research conference? I hope not. I hope this point lands. The end user is only involved at this phase at the end. But what happens in, like, what about all these other phases? What about the people involved there? What do they need? Let's continue this train of thought. How does an AV know what good looks like? So how does it judge what a good behavior is? How does it solve the right problems? How does it select them? How does it figure out what the solution is? And how does it know if it's actually improving? If these questions seem a little silly, it's because they are. Obviously, an AV is not doing this by itself. People are in the loop making these decisions. So all this points back to the fact that user research has a larger role to play here than just thinking about the end user and their interactions with the AI. As user researchers, we not only help understand the end user, we answer questions that are integral to building the right tools and metrics by understanding all user perspectives, including developers and engineers. Ultimately, what this enables is a connection between the developers back to the end user. Cool. All right. Now I'd like you all to do a thought experiment with me. Let's take a moment to imagine a world where consideration of humans is somehow entirely absent from the AV development process. In this alternate reality, AVs are designed and updated solely based on technical specifications without recognizing the significance of addressing the end user experience needs or the needs of the engineers who create and maintain the models. What would an AV developed in that world be like? Now what we're going to do is we're going to do this thought experiment in 3 different scenarios, talk about what an AV in that world would look like, and then talk about how user research helps remedy that situation in reality. Our first question was, how does an AV know what good looks like? Which I have put as, how does an AV know what good behavior looks like? So, how does an AV know what a good behavior around a bicyclist is? For example, so in this alternate reality, AVs are actually built without any insights from riders. The vehicles in this alternate reality are impeccably safe. They're super safe. But there's one problem, and that is that riders find them very uncomfortable and also scary. So they're very safe, but no one wants to ride in them. So in this world, we have a product that is like technically very good, but no one wants to use it. How can we remedy that situation? So the way that we can remedy this situation is to enable understanding of the AV behavior in terms of the rider experience. So this involves understanding the feelings and sentiments of riders and then using that to create something that engineers can actually use to measure performance. Okay, so let's shift back to actual reality for a second. A question that you might ask here would be, what do riders feel is a comfortable trip? So in one study that I ran, we had people take rides in AVs while they filled out surveys about events that they found comfortable or uncomfortable. At the end of the ride, they gave a star rating for their overall experience. So this survey and they also did a follow-on interview afterwards. But this kind of, wait a second, sorry. Yeah, the data from the survey was used to understand the types of behaviors that were most unacceptable to riders. And one interesting thing about this is we were also able to take the survey data and connect it back to the acceleration data from the AV to understand what thresholds of accelerations riders felt comfortable or were comfortable or uncomfortable. So studies like this also can be used to create metrics that can be used to measure AV performance even when someone isn't in the vehicle. So this allows us to create metrics based on the user experience that we can use in the engineering process. Okay, so our next question was around identifying the right problems and coming up with solutions. Back in our alternate reality, developers randomly select problems to solve because it is very difficult to find the right information about an event to diagnose it. It's very difficult to figure out what a bad event is, and it's just very difficult to prioritize. This leads to a lot of guessing about what should actually be improved. So in this world, AVs are very good at things that nobody cares about. In fact, they might be very good at navigating complex obstacle courses, but they're not very good at tasks that significantly impact the customer experience. In fact, these AVs can't pick a correct drop-off location for passengers. Again, what do we need to do to remedy this situation? There are actually like a few different needs in this situation. So one of the first things we need is to kind of like understand what is an event that we might want to diagnose. And we already learned about how user research can help us create metrics to identify those. The second thing we need to do is really help developers efficiently and accurately look into those events and understand what about the AV stack they actually have to fix. The third thing is also enabling effective prioritization of different solutions and root causes. Okay, so if we shift our focus in the real world, user research helps with this by kind of understanding the tasks, workflows, and information needs of people who actually do diagnosis. So one study I did actually mapped out the entire diagnosis process for one kind of event, all the way from the event happening to the solution getting prioritized. And that process when you map out that process, you can look at like the decision points and the information needs. Now, what we learned is that process actually spanned many different individuals across different teams, and they all had the same needs for consolidated and traceable information. So these findings and findings from other studies were combined to create a new tool that enabled effective tracking of a diagnosis event across teams, which helps with reducing redundant work and also with prioritization. And our last question was this question about how does an AV know that code changes will actually improve what happens on the road. Okay, so we're back in our alternate reality one last time. In this world, AVs receive code changes with limited testing and incomplete analysis because engineers don't have tools that they need to accurately assess the impact of changes. These engineers sometimes achieve improvements, but they inadvertently introduce new errors. Making progress is difficult, and even when engineers improve one thing, there may be something that shows up later, and we don't know until something actually happens on the road. Again, to help with this situation, we need to understand the needs of engineers around performing complex analysis in different scenarios with simulated tests and metrics. One thing about this is this does become more complex over time because the complexity of this AV stack actually increases. And again, in the real world, user research can help with this. So we actually do a lot of work on testing, and there's a few different things that you can track about it. You can use surveys to understand engineer sentiment towards their workflows and metrics over time, so you can keep a continuous pulse on that. There are also workflow studies and studies where we have people, basically looking at the needs that people have as they are doing this complex analysis. So things like this can come together to identify, I guess one of the needs we identified is as the AV stack grows, people were kind of like doing more complex analysis with more model candidates and needed more flexible analysis tools that would enable better aggregation and slicing and dicing between these different variables that they were changing. Cool. So thanks for going to the alternate world with me. To leave you, before I leave you, I thought I would give you the TLDR on this. And since you're all researchers, I thought I would do it in a way we can all relate to, with key insights and recommendations. So the key insight here is that user research can play a pivotal role in AI because it allows us to understand all users that are involved in a process, not just the ones at the end. I think this is really important because we do need to make sure that the people who are building these are able to make effective decisions. And so obviously we need to build tooling to support that. And here are some recommendations for you. The first thing is, if you're interested, I would recommend broadening your scope. You can look beyond the interface with the end user for AI systems. I don't mean you need to go and learn about how the models work, but it's more about you can learn more about the development process because people are involved in that. And the second one is get involved. Learn more about how AI is created, particularly by fostering collaborations with engineers who actually build it. All right, thank you.
Amazing. Now, I don't know if you can tell, but this is like an incredibly technical set of challenges to work through. And the first few times that we spoke about it, I think I had to ask the same question like 6 or 7 times before you walked me through word by word in plain English how all this stuff works. So maybe we can take a couple questions in the audience, and we'll take some remote. Yes, in the back.
So my boyfriend's actually an AI engineer, and so he actually works on perception vehicles.
Oh, really?
So I'm really curious because I've been trying to debunk to him why UX research matters and AV companies. So just give me like a
yeah.
really great
Yeah.
Wait, we got to set the context for people at home. In the audience, someone's boyfriend is an AI engineer, and right now we need to group ideate around how we can convince this guy that this work matters. Okay, Lisa, what do you think?
Yeah, so my follow-up question on that was like, how did you involve engineers in the AV industry in your research methods to kind of champion the idea of like UX research being impactful, that it helps them, that it builds value? Because I know that's a big question.
Yeah. How do I get engineers involved to kind of champion UX research? I mean, I will say it's not, I don't know, so I do a lot of research with internal employees who happen to be very busy. So it can be challenging to convince people to participate in studies. I think the best way is actually to show impact of your work, as maybe unexciting as that answer is. So it's like really important to, because these are my coworkers, right? I work at the same company with them. I can have an ongoing relationship. We can say, hey, you participated in this study. These are the changes to the tools that happened. And I think that's kind of like the best way to get people on board with it being important. That might not help with your boyfriend, but yeah, I mean, I'd be interested. I obviously only work at Cruise. I don't know how it works at other companies, so I'd be interested how they build their tools. But yeah.
Cool. All right, we're going to do a powwow session on this later. We're going to get our heads together and see if we can figure this out. Any other questions here in the audience? Yes, right over there.
Super cool presentation, thanks, Lisa. The first example that you showed, like helping the team to know what's good, what's not good in the driver experience.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like how much of that came from the traditional automotive driver experience standards, and how much that came from the specific nuance of autonomous vehicle, and then how do you kind of balance these two?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
So it's how much of the understanding of what is good versus bad came from like pre-existing understanding of like what people think about riding in vehicles, and how much came from research that's specific to AVs. I guess I do want to say before this, rider metrics are only one kind of metric that people use. There are also safety metrics, but to answer your question, I think the example that I gave was like somewhat simplified. There are a lot of aspects of rider experience that one can bring into, like quantify and bring into a metric. We did not really use anything from like what people already know. I think people do have like a certain, there's a different way that people, I think there's a different way that people experience autonomous vehicles than being in a regular vehicle. In some ways, I think people are like a little bit more sensitive to uncomfortable events. So the answer is virtually everything is based on research that we do if we develop a metric like that.
Cool. I'm going to grab one from the audience at home here. From Yu Yang Ho, is there any common bias you observe from developers on how end users interact with the AV AI?
No, I mean, I guess when I say it was creating the connection, I mostly mean through like helping them understand what riders like, find comfortable about a trip. I wouldn't really say that it goes the other way. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think the engineers, I guess I'm not really sure what that would look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe one final one. Yes, our friend in the back there.
Just curious in terms of like, I guess UXR and kind of implements like wider metrics, I guess, are there kind of, how would you go about researching, I guess, the difference between kind of the human alert kind of pickup versus like an AV pickup, where it seems like the AV, most often they have you go to a specific location as opposed to them know your current location coming to you.
So how do we do research on?
Like a human, you can contact them and say, hey, I'm at this location, can you come here? It's not the exact location. Then oftentimes it comes up in the case of if you have disability of your blind, it may not be as easy to find that. I guess.
Yeah.
If there's any research around like the pre-UX getting vehicle, like that aspect of coming to you versus finding application.
Yeah. Okay, so this is an opportunity for me to speak about the broader research team at Cruise. At Cruise, there's an internal tools research team. There's also a team that does research for consumers, and they do a lot of work on pickup drop-off, like you were mentioning there. I think most of the time what they're doing there are more like usability tests or studies to see what the user needs are there, and they do think about people with disabilities. So, but that would be usually kind of a usability test from what I understand about that side of it.
Cool. Thank you so much for that in-depth talk. Give it up for Lisa here. Amazing stuff.
Should go back into this.
Awesome. Before we get to our next chat, who here has some ideas for some like AI-related research that they're going to take back to work? Or are we still like processing?
No one was like.
Definitely still processing. Okay, really cool. Still coming up with ideas. How many, just by show of hands, how many people have used an AI tool of some kind or product in your practice already as a researcher? Okay, wow, that's way more than I thought. Okay, can we put hands back up if that was true? Sweet. Can you keep your hand up, or put your hand down if you didn't know that there was AI in the product? Okay, so only a few hands went down. So okay, interesting. Because the reason I say this is like if you're using transcription tooling, for example, there's AI in almost all of them now. I didn't really realize that. I'm just like, there's transcripts. It does the thing. What do I know? But it's actually percolated into a lot of these different tools here. But that's very interesting to see. And then one more thing is, how many of you, if you can say, have companies that have sanctioned AI tools in your research practice versus like, this is kind of like something that you're doing when you're working remotely from home? Can anybody say? Okay, we got a couple hands sneaking up there. Okay, that's cool. Awesome. Sandra, we all set? Cool. So I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker. Jessa, if you want to come right up. Another speaker who's been working on AI stuff for quite a while. Jessa is from the team over at ServiceNow. How many years have you been working on specifically AI stuff at ServiceNow?
Almost 4.
Holy smokes. Cool. So pre-chat GPT for sure. She's going to talk to us about some of the changes that you've seen and all that good stuff. So please give it up for Jessa, everyone.
Is this working? I think so. All right. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here. I feel so privileged to be here invited today, and I'm really excited to share. And I even hit the right button. So off to a good start. All right, today I'm going to talk a bit about the vital role that really UX research plays when we look at AI experiences, looking a bit back over the years, too, at ServiceNow. This is our ServiceNow logo and motto, kind of. The world works with ServiceNow. I like it here because we also think then if the world's working with ServiceNow, we're helping people work. How does AI fit into that? And going back to the people. So a quick bit about me. My name is Jessa, and I am a manager of our AI ML UX research team at ServiceNow. But that was a recent transition. For nearly 4 years, I've been conducting and leading our UX research in this space. And I wanted to bring up that I do not have a formal background and training in AI and machine learning. And that's going to be kind of a theme you're going to see throughout here is I think everyone here can do UX research in our AI experiences and offer really valuable vision and role. So what I like to say is that I'm a champion of humans and looking how can we solve real world problems through human and technology collaboration. The technology does not always have to be AI, and that is something to think about too. Let's make sure we're solving for humans' real problems and needs. So we have a lot on the agenda today. You've actually already heard a lot about some of the differences between classic and generative AI, but I'm going to touch on it really briefly again just to reinforce it. And then I want to talk a bit about what we already know about UX research and AI in humans. And then looking forward, what looks a bit different with generative AI and UX research in humans at this point, recognizing, as everyone has said, this is a rapidly evolving space. Expectations are changing, experiences are changing. So take that as well. Some takeaways that you can do. So if you're going to go get started on UX research with AI products, there's a lot you can do that you already have the skills and resources for. And then some time for questions. So first, classic versus generative AI. I like this visual of a puzzle being assembled into a known piece of work, like Starry Night, versus someone painting a fresh painting that has not been created before, but is influenced by what they've experienced and is around them. So traditional or classic AI and machine learning, really what we've heard and you saw in the first talk, the strength is really in pattern recognition, making predictions. So you can think about how it learns from data, both structured and unstructured, to make these predictions. So it might be, what is the next best puzzle piece to put into my puzzle I'm building? It might be helping sort out which puzzle pieces belong to which different piece of art, and then assembling it into, again, a known piece of art. But it's not generating and creating entirely new content. You all have very likely interacted with this type of AI, even if you did not know it, right? It's things like Netflix and Spotify that are creating these curated recommendations for you, or the next recommendations for words when you're texting or writing an email. These are all examples where it's very good at predicting. In contrast, generative AI is creating that new content. It can be images, text, code, audio, ServiceNow, workflows. And what it's doing is learning from really massive amounts of data to generate these novel outputs. And so this is why I like to say it's like painting on a blank canvas, right? And just like a human artist would be painting on the canvas, they're not doing it in a vacuum devoid of every experience they've ever had. They're doing it based on their experiences around the world and what they've lived through, right? And similar, it's learning from all the data that it was immersed in. So those inputs that lead to those outputs that we heard. And what we're seeing that's so exciting and different is how it can produce these realistic and coherent content, and often using natural language. So if any of you have used something like ChatGPT, you can put in your natural language a question or a prompt and get just a single answer back. So it's a very cool, exciting space, and like you've heard many examples of ChatGPT, Bard, Midjourney, etc. But even though there are these differences and it feels like something's different, to most people, we're finding that AI is still just AI. They may feel that, hey, AI can do something more. It's this new thing that we're hearing about all the time. But in the reality, they aren't necessarily distinguishing between these technical differences, right? And most of the time, I would argue they probably don't need to know if it was formed by an LLM or if we were using just a nice classification model, if it's helping them accomplish their task and adding value, and they could feel in control and trust it. And so that ties me into, what do we already know then when we talk about UX research for AI and humans? So there's a massive field, and you've already heard from a lot of great people in this field, but human-centered AI and responsible AI, right, is really, when it comes down to it, about building a collaborative relationship between technology and people. And this I got from one of my colleagues, but ensuring that the AI is worthy of human trust. So bringing that lens to it too. Not only should we build AI that humans can trust, we want to make sure it's worthy of their trust. This is something that's adding value to them, solving a real problem, and is not endangering or giving any risks either. It would be a whole course on this, so I'm not going to actually dive into deep about human-centered AI. But what I am going to talk about is what we know from years of working with our AI solutions across many different users and personas, is that trust is foundational. These are 6 simplified factors that we look at and think about as we go through the experiences. I want to call out they are not mutually exclusive, and there's not necessarily a right or wrong way to apply these. The goal is to think through these when you're looking at creating or evaluating experiences that you can bring into. So for example, human oversight is often called, simplified as human in the loop. And this can be at more of the systems level when people are setting up and implementing it and making sure there's places where human checks have to happen, or it can be the actual person using it who has to like review it before it goes into their workflow, for example, and give that human oversight an okay. Transparency in human-centered AI is actually a very large bucket that I've just simplified into transparency. It includes things like traceability, interpretability, many other things. But for the sake of this, we can think of it as, do people know they're using AI? Are they able to see potentially the sources, for example, of it? Feedback contestability. So this is a big one where we want to say, let's go beyond a thumbs up and thumbs down. But how do we make sure that the human, the user, feels that they can challenge the AI or correct it if it was wrong? And this will actually also improve the AI as well if it gets that feedback. But it's also a really powerful thing for that human to know they have the ability to do that and correct it, rather than just a thumbs up and thumbs down, which could be kind of vague. Is that saying, is it helpful or not? Was it right? Was it wrong? Right? So really giving them that ability. Explainability is another kind of big bucket one. And there's sometimes two lenses from it. One lens is the much more technical data science lens, which is really helping through mathematical and algorithmic means, peering into that black box that we've heard so much about. But on the side of UX and how we are often using it and bringing it into experiences, we're looking at explainability more from the side of, is there a way to help users see into the black box a little bit? So that could be giving them like the little info icon so they can learn about how it was created, what's the purpose of it. It could be having that explain more, right? There's a way for them to start using it in the experience themselves. So we look at it really both ways. Guardrails is also a big one. This one often comes up more in like that early system setup level. So we have some users who are the implementers of these AI solutions for their customers. And so they may need some guardrails if they don't have AI training and expertise. So for example, maybe they're selecting data, training data to train a model. This would be for like, let's say classification or clustering model. So in that classic AI. And they have to select the data. We can think of ways to give flags in it. For example, saying, hey, we don't recommend selecting zip code. That's often a proxy for race, and that can lead to bias. So you can think of ways you put up guardrails to help people make these informed decisions too. And finally, control. This one, I would say, is the one that we hear time and time again from all of our users and personas, and in their own words, is they want to be in control. They want to be in that driver's seat, if you will, and be the captain of their experience. Not to say, looking forward, that at some point they don't relinquish some of that control or take their hands off the wheel sometimes if they've gained trust and it's appropriate based on the technology, the risks, et cetera. But initially, they really do want to be in control. And one thing we've seen is that in the context of their work versus their personal life, this may be especially relevant too, where they are using it on a very regular basis and they're accountable for the output. They have a heightened desire to have control and build that trust, which versus, for example, if they're using an app by choice once every day, that might be a different level of control or expectation they have with it. So that's something to think about too. So you've heard me talk about, well, there's differences by people. And this is not new to any of you, not breaking news. Personas really, really do matter. So these are a few starter questions, not at all an exhaustive list, but I wanted to call them out because this is something that's really important to think through early on in your experiences when you start to look at AI. And they're a little different than maybe the questions you normally use. So one would be, as I brought up, we have users who are very different. Some are responsible for setting up and configuring an AI solution but they are not data scientists and they do not have AI background or expertise. So their needs are going to be different. And the factors that we have to lean into, like guardrails and explainability, we may have to really lean in hard into those and making sure they have the control, ability to drill down and gain the trust. These might be really important there. Versus if the others are using them and their AI-generated outputs in their daily work on a daily basis, what we lean into and build in may be less prioritized. So we might really lean hard into transparency there, making sure they know it's from AI and they have the human oversight to review it. Another is, what are the risks and consequences if the AI is wrong? This is a really, really important one to think about, and do it with your group and your cross-functional team. You all have different perspectives to bring to it. We recommend making, just a classic matrix of these trade-offs, right? And this is if it's wrong for the individual person using it, as well as what's maybe the next step up, what's the bigger context or system level implication if it's wrong or if there's a consequence. And certain industries and domains may have higher risks with this. Healthcare, right? Perhaps would have a higher one. The self-driving cars may has a higher one too, right? So there's certain factors you have to do. So everyone's going to have different trade-offs and ways they balance that. And then finally, does my user have a realistic expectation for AI? Do they know when they should use it? Do they know what it is good for? What it's going to help them for? What it isn't a good fit for? These are all really important considerations that we'll need to think through. And if they don't have that, how do you build that into the experience to help them build that mental model and know how to best use AI and interface with it? Because ultimately, if they don't know how to use it and don't build trust with it, then they're not going to accept it and they're not going to use it. So let me give you an example of ServiceNow. So one of our personas, we have a bunch, but one of them is an agent who would be using this in their daily work. So here they are, they're creating a new case in their workspace. And initially what happened was an email came in from a customer and it was converted into a case automatically for them, which saves the agent time. And then it autofills certain fields. So calling out a few of the factors, again, they're not mutually exclusive. So we have an alert that says, hey, check the AI field predictions in your case and replace any that aren't correct. So giving them a flag that they need to check these. There's the transparency. Each of the fields that has AI is labeled with AI. And then explainability, they all have the info icon they can click to go into and learn. And it actually will tell them, like, hey, this was trained on XYZ fields, for example. In addition, they have the long description, which was from the email that is there, so they can go review that as well and make sure. And this is when it was auto-filled for them. There's a different view that the implementer, that person who decides how they want to roll this out, may choose, which would be, hey, we don't want to autofill it, we just want to recommend it. And if so, it looks a little different for them. So here you'd see the slides are called out with AI, but the fields are blank until the person actually goes in and clicks it and sees the AI field recommendations in order, and then they have to click it and have control over it in that way. So it's a bit different of a scenario, and we give the recommendations and control to the people who are rolling out and implementing which way they think their agents want to use it to. And this was both examples of classic AI. So, but what are we seeing that's different about generative AI and UX research? And I will say I am seeing some differences. The biggest one is, and this was always the case, AI is not always correct, right? We've already heard, just like humans, AI is also probabilistic. So it's not deterministic. It's not if X, always Y, right? If X, then most likely Y. And with generative AI, this concept of accurate or right or perfection gets extra tricky. So humans, we often like to think like, hey, AI is just right or it's wrong, right? But in reality, there's a lot of ways that AI generated content can be imperfect or inaccurate. So you've heard a few people bring up the term hallucinations. I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but in the most simple form, it's that it can literally generate information and responses that do not accurately represent reality. And the worrisome thing is they can present it in a very confident way that you may not know this is not actually correct if you do not have the wherewithal that A, you should check, B, to know how to check. So that is a big risk. Another is missing information. It just may not include all the information sometimes. So if we're looking at like a summarization where it's summarizing a long email, it sometimes can leave out things that we as a human might think, hey, that was actually really important to have in there. I really wanted that. It can also misinterpret data. So, and report it then incorrectly as well. It could interpret it in the wrong way, like which we were testing with some agents an example where it's like, oh, it read the request leave for parental leave as paternity, the non-birthing parent, versus maternal, the birthing parent, right? So it can misinterpret things, and there could be consequences if you proceed through that without double checking. So this is a big difference with generative AI. But this ties in more to a challenge, which is the idea of truth is usually highly subjective. So outside of math, there really are few absolutes, and we are bringing our own multiple lens to how we interpret the world. I listed a few of the lens, and these are literally just a few. There are so many different lens and experiences that we interpret the world, and thus what we deem to be true. And so as we look at generative AI that's generating this content, we need to think about how people are then interpreting it. Even if you think of like a courtroom, right, who is using like the Constitution or something, they lean heavily on precedents and prior things, right? There isn't just necessarily a single clear truth always. There's a lot of different ways to interpret. And so that's one of the reasons that it can be very hard to say how right or wrong a generated output is, because a lot of that will depend on the viewer. And so that is one of the things that in UX research, we are trying to explore and understand with the current expectations and understanding from people when they interact with it and how they want to review and say, hey, this is true or not, this is good enough, I want to correct, et cetera, and how different that can look in different contexts and domains. But there are still things you can do. Yay. So one of the biggest things is help them set these expectations. You're building their mental model, right? A lot of them haven't used generative AI, haven't had this experience before. So you're building this new mental model for them. So you can help them set realistic expectations and again, stay in control. So it's still those 6 factors I talked about, they still apply. There's just kind of a doubling down in certain areas where we really want to make sure, at least in the current state that it's in right now, that the human is in control, is the captain, right? AI is augmenting them and helping them. And again, in the context of work, where they're on the hook and accountable, this is especially important. So that means we often have to think about where we want to explicitly draw attention to where human review is needed and give them that opportunity to provide that feedback too. This will not only help improve the model, but again, help them understand how to use it and gain trust in it and see how it still can add value to them as a helpful augmenter, if you will. I'm calling out this thing on the bottom. This goes against a lot of what we've traditionally done in UX and UX research. We look to remove friction. We look to make it as smooth and fast as possible. In this scenario, I'm just saying, think about if you want to maybe actually add some controlled friction in the experience and slow people down. There can be big consequences if they overly trust and overly rely on it and don't even know it could be wrong. And again, this isn't their work, or there's certain industries and domains. So we want to think that right now, maybe in this really early state, we might be bringing in a slightly different lens and view, which is saying, hey, let's pump the brakes a little, draw their attention here, let them know this came from AI. We're not sure if it's right. They need to look at it. We still need them. This can also, we think, help show them how AI is helping them work versus replacing them. So we think it could be a bit of a win-win. I also can't share any of our really cool, exciting generative AI designs that we are helping inform, maybe next year. But I know we've all seen ChatGPT, or most of us have probably seen ChatGPT. And so I want to call out, they even are setting some of these expectations. So they have transparency in terms of, hey, what is this model you're working in? What's it good for? They give examples of how to get started. And they do call attention that it may be inaccurate. And when you first start, they even have a different 4-box flag saying like, hey, this is training, this is learning, might be inaccurate, give us feedback, et cetera. So there's some ways that we're seeing that generative AI, people are starting to set and work on putting in patterns, but it's all such a new space. So again, I'm sorry I can't share ours, but it's very cool. Like everyone else said. So I have a few takeaways for you. This is a very heavy slide, sorry, there's a lot on it. I won't speak through each and every one. But the first one I want to say is learn. We're all researchers. We love to learn. We love to research. This should not be any different. So be curious, ask questions, go read things. Start with why. Are you solving a real problem? Is this a real world problem? And does it need AI to solve it? Let's start there. And then, like I said, there's a lot of great existing human-centered AI best practices and resources that you can lean into and kind of help build your repertoire in that space. And then think about gaining kind of a loose technical understanding of the AI lifecycle and technology. Like I said, I am not a data scientist. I'm not formally trained in it. But I ask questions and I read and I try to get up to speed to have enough of a conversation where I can feel informed when I ask my questions to our engineers and our data scientists and our AI researchers. So that's a common theme you're going to see in this one is ask questions. Another is, again, you all know this, but know your users and your needs and really understand where your users' expectations are with AI already so you can know where you have to modify the experience to help create this mental model. And if they only have, let's say, used previously Netflix and recommendations there, their mental model of how they would use AI, especially in like a work context, may be very, very different, right? So think about how you bring that into an experience and really be clear on communicating to your product team what these user needs are and what their understanding is. We found that so helpful to give it to them up front early on. There might be some assumptions that everyone is drinking this ChatGPT and generative AI Kool-Aid and they all know this. And that may not be the reality for what they're designing and creating products for, so help them know. I like to build trust and try your best to do no harm. So think about, again, what are the consequences if AI is wrong? Do a workshop with your core team to think through this. There isn't a right or wrong answer either. It's really to generate that discussion and start thinking about it across the whole AI lifecycle. So you've heard other people bring up the training data. Right? Is it biased? Is this something we should be aware of? Do we have to let our users maybe know this? These are questions you can and should feel empowered to ask. The edge cases sometimes are really important to think about too. We'd be like, oh, we don't need to worry about that. That's only if it goes really wrong. But that might be something we do need to worry about or build in a guardrail to at least try to prevent that from happening. And again, just work transparently. So transparency for everything, right? So communicate early, often, and elevate that user experience. Test early and with your users, and often do that iterative cycle like we just saw some great examples for. And finally, if you only take away this, it's that we strive to ensure our AI experiences we create are worthy of our humans trusting it. So you can do this with, if you just take two key things, it's set the expectations for people, help them build that mental model, guide them on what to do, make sure they're getting value from it, it's actually solving their problems, right? And helping them, let them know what AI is good at. And then transparency across the board, that's kind of the motto here. So the users have to know they're interacting with AI, not a human. That's just fundamental now. And then you want to encourage and enable that feedback. And if you see a risk, or if you aren't sure, or you have a question, speak up. Ask your team, ask someone. It's never going to be a bad thing to do that, and it shows you care. So I hope you feel empowered. This is from our CEO at ServiceNow. And we love this quote. Trust is the ultimate human currency. You earn it in drops, you lose it in buckets. And in the space of AI, this is especially relevant and important. And so we always say, how can we help build up this trust? So we want to make sure all the experiences we're building with AI are building towards that trust. All right.
Pretty good, cool. Who has some questions for Jessa here? Anybody? Otherwise, we can go to the folks at home. One question that we had was about if there were any AI and research-related resources that you really liked that helped inform some of the work that you're doing here.
Oh my goodness, there are so many. Can I get back to you with like a list of them?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll do that.
Email them to
I will get back to you with a list of them.
Okay,
yes.
Cool. Was maybe a follow-up question on there is just When you were first doing this kind of work, how much time did it take for you to feel like comfortable in working in the AI space and like I'm immersed, I am ready to kind of have an impact and do the stuff?
I mean, any day now, right? No, I'm joking. But kind of honest. I don't feel like I'm fully up to speed on it, and certainly not a machine learning engineer or data scientist level. But I think it was realizing like, oh, seeing that what I bring to the table and showing them what the users need and their expectations of it, and being able to show them like, hey, this is kind of how it went for them. They don't actually maybe know what a classification model is. Like, is there something else we should do? And helping show them with like quotes, for example, for that. And I think as well as learning enough to understand about the human-centered AI, because when you read about that, you'll actually learn a lot about the broader AI lifecycle and development process and where data comes into play across the whole thing, for example, where bias is important. So by learning even through the lens that's going to be maybe most helpful for you, you'll still learn enough to, I think, feel comfortable to have conversations.
That's a great answer. I think we saw, yes, Megan, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. What do we got?
I really appreciate your, especially your heuristics framework for evaluating AI and its use in development of the product. Like, what was your process for creating that heuristics framework?
So just to repeat the question real quick, what was your process for creating that heuristic framework that you shared, which I think was pretty cool?
Thank you. Those are just, I would say, kind of 6 of the key factors that we've distilled across all the human-centered AI. I think when we look at, and we have found that I think these are ones, at least from my opinion, these are the ones that I think resonate and people understand most quickly without having to dive into like a long definition and explanation. They feel a bit more intuitive for people. So we just consider them like helpful factors kind of for people to consider when they get started and help people think through that as well. So we didn't go through necessarily a formal process to develop it, unfortunately, maybe. But it's just been, we have a pretty big UX research team focused on AI. And so looking across all the personas and spaces we have and looking for where is it shared across them and looking for those themes.
That's awesome. We got a question from home here, which we'll see how you do.
Let's skip it.
Presenters have mentioned humans in the loop. Have we considered AI being in the human loop? Does that make sense?
I guess it's like the flip side of it.
Yeah.
I guess AI is in the human loop if you have human in the AI loop,
Does that
right?
change how we think about it, or is it just like a fun way? Like,
I think it's like a mind thing.
Yeah.
For me, I'd say the only thing that to me seems like a little different with that is it's almost like how are we having AI augment what humans are doing? So again, I don't think it's actually fundamentally different in terms of what we would do, but might be thinking of like where's AI best at augmenting for the human? But I'm not sure. I've never thought about that.
I think we're gonna have to we'll revisit that one. After
Can we
few
like do a
adult
group poll or
beverages.
something?
Yeah. Right in front.
So you talked a little bit about personas, like the ones that you were doing were very role-based, for example, the agent.
Yes.
I'm curious if you've experimented with segmenting around different factors like perceptions and comfort with AI, if that's been useful in the design process.
Yeah, so question here is around segmentation, segmenting around use cases and whatnot, but what about segmenting around comfort with AI and familiarity with it? Is that accurate?
Yeah, like other types of personas.
I mean, that's a great question. We have not actually explored too much with like that level. We've certainly done jobs to be done and segmentation like that. But I think that's a cool area to look into, and maybe we have a team kind of focused on requesters and end users, and I wonder if that might be a really good area to maybe look at segmenting based on their comfort, and because we already know people gravitate towards using it or not, right, based on certain characteristics. So I think that could be a really cool thing to explore.
This, piggybacking on that one a little bit, question from Ronak. Ronak, hope I pronounced that right. Do you have suggestions on how to assess or measure trust? Or like, how do you think about evaluating that?
It's a super good question. It really depends, I think. I know that's not helpful, sorry. But it depends on the scenario, the user, the persona, the need. But we do have certain questions we typically try weave in around trust in all of our studies to help get kind of a quick pulse check on that whenever we have time. Even if it's just like some quick concept testing or anything, we still try to understand what their initial trust level is with AI as a whole concept, and then we can dive in on the specific interaction they may have, for example. So if we look to generative AI, maybe their trust for that is different. Or if we ask, sometimes we come to people fresh and say, like, you know, ask them about AI and trust, and they are like, oh, I don't trust it at all, and I don't use it. And then you find out they actually definitely do use it. They're just not aware that they're using it, right? And so you can kind of probe and follow up and qualitative, but we also have used it in survey questions for sure.
Awesome. Do we have another one in the back? Yes, in the red sweater.
Yeah, what you said about like how AI is helping people work rather than replacing them and increasing their confidence was really interesting. How did you come to that insight, and how do you find that people are able to change their mind perhaps from something, feeling more skeptical about it, to seeing rather, oh, this could actually augment what I'm doing?
I think I heard that.
Yeah, so it's around how did you know that people were comfortable augmenting their work instead of replacing the work? Is that?
Yeah, how did you come to that insight?
How did you? Yeah.
Oh, I maybe perhaps overspoke with confidence there. We are thinking that's what we're seeing in early insights that we're gleaning, that it might help to do that by slowing down and setting that expectation. We think it might help them realize that AI is in an early state and just better at helping them and not replacing them and address that fear. We have not explicitly come to a strong conclusion on that, or at least I have not explicitly come to a strong conclusion on that. But it's just a kind of a hypothesis we're trying, but we are seeing that people are willing to use it if they have that expectation set and know how to best use it and what it's good at and not, and will get value from it from that even when it isn't correct in the quotes.
Awesome, cool. I think we're gonna move on to our break.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Jessa.
Thank you.
Folks, we're gonna take our final break of the day. When we come back, we're gonna have a little fireside chat with Pete, who is the research leader in charge of BARD. Pretty cool. And then followed up by a talk from a couple of VCs who are actively investing in AI companies and particularly focused on those that really focus on research and design to talk a little bit about what the future looks like. So you're not going to want to miss it. Excited to see you all after the break. Okay, we're good to go. So welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little break. Sandra, the camera's good? You all set? All right, cool. We're about to get into two really interesting final thoughts. One fireside chat and one talk with some of our VC friends investing in the space. But before we do, I'm going to hand it over to my friend Aaron from Outset, who's going to tell us a little bit about some of the interesting stuff he's working on. Aaron, take it away.
All right, thank you. So Alec is now telling people which arrow goes next, just so you know. That's why nobody else has messed it up yet. All right. Okay, so I'm Aaron. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Outset. We're one of today's sponsors. So we're really excited to be here. I'm thrilled to be able to share with all of you what we're building, what we've built so far. And thank you, Alec, for obviously bringing us in here. So I started my career at a research and innovation firm, and since then have been leading product and design here in Silicon Valley. And if I've learned one thing from all that, it's how critical research is to building something awesome, building something great. But also how a great researcher is critical and is irreplaceable, right? Is no matter how good AI gets, it's not going to replace us. But of course, great researchers are also human, and so we are limited by the hours in the day. So we only have 24 of them. And if you think to like recent qualitative research you've done, after a few weeks of a ton of work, you may have only talked to a dozen people. So how can AI help with this? So we've found at Outset that AI is an incredible tool for expanding the amount of people you could actually reach. So what we're talking about is really taking those repetitive conversations, or even parts of those conversations, and scaling them up, not by dozens, but by hundreds or even thousands. So imagine being able to talk to participants in any language at the same time or at any time on any platform at once. So we work with, so what is the product? We are AI moderated research. That's what we do. So we work with customers like Weight Watchers, Open Door, some folks in this room, to help researchers reach more participants, more people, bring more voices to the table in every study. So it's basically like unmoderated research on steroids. You'd basically add a guide, create a discussion guide, get a shareable link, send it to your participants, and AI will lead dynamic conversations with individuals. It'll probe deep to get further, it'll change languages to adapt, and ultimately give you synthesis at the end of it. As a quick example, we worked with a large water filter brand to try to understand how lower income communities look at city-managed tap water. It's a really interesting study, but one of the things they struggled with was actually how do we reach these people, right? We know that in many panels, it can be hard to get kind of lower income communities well represented in that. And not to mention, with folks have several jobs, carving out time in the middle of the day to do an interview is really hard. So they solved this problem by using AI interviews. So they sent them out, they found a lot of people. They ultimately got, I think, about 120 conversations done in a day that went deep into how they feel about tap water, how they feel about kind of where they get their water and what it means. And they even tested new concepts with them. And all of that was done with the power of AI. So that was an incredible way for them to expand the voices that ended up in their product and their service and their offering. Cool. So that's about it. We've found that AI is really an incredible way to actually have more conversations with more people and bring them into your product. So, the right way. So you can actually try it out right now. So if you want, I'll caveat this with, for folks in the room, it is actually a voice interview. So maybe take a picture and come back to it, so we don't all talk at the same time. And also I'm crossing my fingers because, if everybody online does this at the same time, our servers might go down. So we'll see how this goes. But give it a try and check it out. And if you're interested in learning more, please, I'll be around. Come up to me, ask questions, reach out. We would love to get your input, get your ideas, get your feedback. And we have a demo tomorrow as well. So you can register in that same place as other demos. We somehow magically all pick different times to demo. So that worked great. So we're at 11 Pacific tomorrow. And yeah, I'd love to meet you all, and thanks for having us. Here we go.
Not gonna lie, it's actually pretty cool stuff. I keep thinking back to all the times as a researcher where I've been having conversations where I knew what they were gonna say like a million times. All right. Still can't figure out how this thing works. Really excited about our next little thing here, which is a fireside chat with our good friend Pete Fleming. So Pete, we'll talk more about introductions as we get started, but just to say, has a little bit of experience with this stuff. He is the director of research who's in charge of research on Bard, which is Google's very popular AI chat platform tool. So we'll talk more about that. So without further ado, please welcome Pete. Come on up. I'll put this thing right here. Awesome. So Pete, first of all, thank you for having us at Google. It's very, very nice to be here.
Thank you.
Tell me a bit about, because you joined Google, I think a few years ago. What was interesting to you about the AI stuff that got you really excited about working here?
Yeah. Awesome. Well, first of all, I want to say welcome everyone and thanks for being here. It's been great to hear the talks, and I really, just appreciate the creativity that the research community brings to sharing. And these types of events are awesome to be able to learn from each other and make connections. In terms of what brought me to Google, I'll reflect a bit more and sort of tell a story too on, sort of how I interpret AI when we say AI. Ricardo said this, earlier today. When we say AI, we often think of chatbots. We also often think of like computers doing magical things. But to me, AI is really just about the future and about how we apply technology, hopefully to solve important problems in people's lives. And what brought me to Google was, I'd made a connection with people who were working on some really interesting problems. Okay. I'll speak up. Thank you for calling me out in the audience. What brought me to Google is I'd met some people who were working on some really interesting people problems, trying to apply technology in ways that would improve people's lives. And at the time I had been working at Instagram and Facebook, also working on really important problems, for the customers and users that we had, but wanted to grow and evolve myself, both as a researcher, and a people manager. So made the jump over to Google 4.5 years ago, just maybe 6 months before the pandemic, changed all of our lives and changed the tools that we use to get our research done and our processes, and have a lot of learnings along the way.
That's awesome. I think one of the really important things to kind of put our finger in is like how much what we feel about AI is a reflection of the kind of visual images that conjure up in our head when we think about AI, like comic book villains and stuff like that. And it's had a lot of different names. This technology has had a lot of different names over the years. So there's artificial intelligence. We've called it machine learning. There's like neural networks. Can you reflect a bit on like how what we call this thing has kind of influenced a lot of the conversation, perceptions around what it actually is? Mm-hmm. And then maybe talk a little bit about, in your mind, like what is it to you?
Yeah. So I think many of the speakers today have touched on things that are really important to the people that use products that are, built on AI, and that includes calling out when AI is used and when there is something happening behind the scenes, so that you can give users a sense of awareness and knowledge of the product that they're using and what's powering it, and control. I think the control is a really important part, whether we think about the products we're building for, customers externally, broader consumers, or we think about our own workflows as researchers and the research that we're doing. We always want, just as people and humans, I think we always want control and awareness of what is going on. So if there's magical stuff happening in the background, we sort of don't understand it, and that leads to mistrust, confusion, lack of knowledge of how to use it. So, when I think of AI, I think more of just the future of what we can do, what we can build together. And I think of it less as like a, comic book scene or magical set of things that automatically do things for us. Sort of reflecting on coming here today, I was thinking of just how drastically things have changed in my career as a researcher. I started my career 25 years ago as an ethnographer, knocking on people's doors with pencil and paper, recording notes. I had a voice recorder with little mini tapes that you'd have to label, even before digital recorders. You know, fast forward 5 years from that, 20 years ago, and cell phones started to become ubiquitous. I was using a cell phone, you know, to connect with fellow research peers and to coordinate field work, still knocking on people's doors, doing larger scale surveys. We moved those surveys over to tablets to save paper and save data entry. And just think of what's happened since then. We were able to skip forward and find useful ways to, you know, and creative ways to leverage technology, both to get our research done, but also more importantly to like address important human problems and needs, where hopefully this AI or these technologies can run sort of behind the scenes and just, you know, more fluidly be incorporated into both our research processes and the products we build. But I think it is important to think about our responsibility with AI because it is magical. It has a lot of capabilities that allow us to like leapfrog, you know, current state of our processes, and that's where I think focusing on how we really give, you know, customers, users, even ourselves, awareness and control is really key. And I think as UX researchers, particularly, like that's a responsibility we hold within our teams.
Do you think part of why there's been a lot of like, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but emotional responses to the recent developments is because this feels like one of the first times where computers are doing something that was supposed to belong to us, in a sense, right? When you're talking about this idea of control and being able to control things, you know, if I were to ask you to look after my cats, for example, right? I feel a sense of control, right? Because I trust you, but you're also a human being, right? There's really nothing that guarantees that, and yet when we think about how we're interacting with these AI systems, we want that certainty that it feels like we have maybe with humans, but maybe we don't.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to reflect on a little bit about how our perceptions of like how a machine should work versus how a human should work.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're mixing.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think, I mean, if you ask me to watch your cats, I'll watch your cats, and you'll probably trust me more than a computer because I'm accountable. You know, you have someone to go to. If the computer loses power, probably not the computer's fault or whoever wrote the program. But I think so one thing Ricardo was reflecting on this morning was sort of the hype around a lot of the technology. And I think the hype's good. I think there's a lot of excitement about where we can leapfrog today. But whenever there's fast acceleration of something, I think there's naturally a tendency just to have some nervousness around what is this going to do? How much, you know, can we be aware of what it's doing, control what it's doing, whatnot? But I'm a strong believer that, you know, these are systems, you know, and technologies and products that people are designing. You know, researchers are plugged into helping define what user problems we're solving and addressing with them, and also where the opportunities are for us to build awareness, build an understanding of how to use. Some of the examples in the presentations today showed how, I think it was maybe in Lisa's presentation, showing how you could put notes where AI was used to fill something in. And then there were some other presentations showing where you could put disclaimers, giving people a sense that this may not be correct. We may, you know, you have an opportunity to know how it was generated, but also to go check it or to go confirm, you know, the information that you're getting. So I think, you know, there's a lot of excitement about the opportunities here. And I think that excitement can be sort of, can be addressed, you know, and the concerns with it can be addressed through really thinking about how people are interacting with this and what sense of control and trust they build with it over time.
I think our friends at User Interviews did a survey, and it said, which I was kind of blown away, but 77% of surveyed researchers were using AI in their practice, which, I mean, to me, just judging by, again, what I was seeing on LinkedIn, I saw like a lot of posts of it's flat out unethical to use ChatGPT for any part of your analysis because of X and Y and Z reasons. And it felt like there was this conversation happening in the public spaces that seemed, based on that and some other, even just the quick show of hands we did earlier today, seems extremely disconnected from the individual's choices that are being made in the practice right now. Does that kind of tell us anything about the way we're talking about and engaging with this technology? Because that seems like the conversation that's happening in the public is not so great, but we are actually quite curious about it and trying to do things with it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think, if you think of what a researcher's job is, and I often talk to, team members about this and people I support on our team, it's a complex job. If you think of the workflow end to end, you need to design the study, you need to do all the operations for it, you need to pick which tools to use, which vendors to work with. It's not just go talk to customers and pull the insights out for the next meeting or the next product review. And I think as researchers, we're often problem solvers. We want to dissect what are the steps in our own workflow and what can I do to make it easier to get through the pain points. And that's where there's a lot of great examples where the application of AI within current tools and processes that we use, and then all the new ideas, that people are coming up with, are helping us improve our workflow and be more efficient. So I think because of how complex the research workflow is, whether you're at a small startup or at a bigger company with a large team, all of our teams and individuals are resource constrained. It's a very complex end-to-end process to run a research project and deliver those insights to a product team or in a review. And I think we're always continuously looking for, solutions to minimize those pain points and speed things up with high quality. That's where I think, there's probably that, nervousness of, can I use this tool for summarization, of my research insights? Could I use, a tool to help me pick out key quotes from videos? And to me, it goes back to awareness. How does it work? And how do I have control? If we can build those two things in, I think it can sort of, temper down the anxiety or potential distrust of the outcomes, that one's getting.
It sounds like you're not very concerned that the machines are going to replace us as a job, rather augment our capabilities for the most part.
Correct. I think there's, and if you look at the past, 20, 30 years plus, even some of the talks today went back, 100 plus years in technology development to the beginning of the car. Technology leaps, I think, generally, time has taught us that technology leaps have allowed us to do things better as humans and as society. And, when computers came about, people often said, oh, this is going to help with leisure time. Like, we're all going to have a bunch of time off. Maybe we'll have 3-day work weeks or, less time. Did that happen? I don't think so. I think what I'm optimistic about is technology and sort of the future of our work allowing us to do less of the work that we don't enjoy. Coding hand transcribed interviews. We don't have to do that anymore. Did I enjoy that? No. Do I miss it? No. Those are the types of things, so think about your workflow, think about how you spend your time. There's so much opportunity in us being, as a research community, think about how do we spend more time on sharing our insights out, and getting feedback on our insights and aligning XFN and different team members on things. Think about all the time you could spend on that if some of these research processes were more automated or were simpler.
Can you, when you think about, when you think about the research practice, obviously we have lots of, let's just call them activities, right? Recruitment's an activity, writing a report's an activity, talking to a user is an activity. How do you think about what stuff is higher risk to bring AI into, or maybe let's flip it, what's more helpful to bring AI into and just get her in there right away, versus what stuff we need to be way more cautious about including and allowing it to take part of the work?
Yeah. I mean, the first things that come to mind are things that save us time, so that we can focus on the things that are harder and more complex. Socializing insights, getting feedback on those first version of insights, and working cross-functionally to land them in the right place so that they can have impact. So I think anything that's time savings, that's sort of like low-hanging fruit, and things where I think we will naturally lean into the new tools and capabilities that we're building into our steps and workflows to save time. I think the things that we're probably, and speaking personally, more hesitant to do is have something think for us and sort of tell us what the final insights are. We may want help combing through dozens or hundreds of pages of insights, or a long history of slide decks and things that we don't have time to go through and really understand and distill. But I think naturally, we want checks and balances, and we want sort of visibility into that process. So being able to see what's happening sort of behind the scene, if you're getting some summarization, if you're getting, and some important things there is like having links and annotations and things in there so you can go back and check the work, versus have something do something magically for you and give you a bullet list of text that you're like, this looks really cool, but is it correct?
Yep. Well, so this comes back to an interesting question. I think some of the more popular, recently growing AI tools for researchers focus on synthesis related activities. So obviously some related to coding, but some just bring the blob of sticky notes and this is what it means. Yay or nay?
I think we should be trying it and seeing what works for each of our individual use cases and teams, and being able to share feedback with people that are building. Hopefully we're building this within our teams. I know depending on what type of company you're at, there may be different levels of resources, but I think that's why a community like this is really important, to be able to share learnings, share tips, share the ups and downs that we have in testing and trying out new things. That's the way we're going to get it better. I think one thing I think it was related in that survey that you mentioned is the comparison of sort of researchers and engineers using AI in their workflows.
Yeah.
And engineers is just, it's a big community, let's be honest. That's great. We need a lot of engineers to build great products. But engineers are really great at sharing what's working and what's not working.
Right.
If you think of Discord, if you think of other platforms, that sharing is super important to advance our field. And I think the more we can share openly about what's working and what's not working, we'll be able to accelerate, this work together.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking back to putting this program together, I was trying to think of where to go, and I was basically just reaching out to people that I knew were running teams that were working on this stuff, because I had no idea what has been figured out. And also internally at different teams, especially I think if you work at a larger team, and maybe this is true at Google, right? Something is figured out and socialized within the team at Google, and then it stays within those walls sometimes, which is awesome if that's where you're working. but everyone else is kind of repeating and trying to figure out those learnings on their own. Do you guys publish stuff? Is there other places where you've seen people sharing this information in this way?
Yeah. So I think, like all companies, we don't share proprietary stuff that we're building, but I'm always a big advocate of us contributing to the field, through conferences, through writing, and I think one key example is we work a lot with third-party vendors and tools, and previously at Instagram, at Facebook, and helping build up and grow our UXR tools teams. And something I really lean into at the beginning is what is our relationship with the third-party tool, service, or company, and how flexible are they in helping us, in taking our feedback to try to iterate and build on the tool over time. And that's where we always contribute feedback, and I contribute it with the hope that others will benefit from that as well, because they're working on similar problems. We don't have magical internal tools that give us a 3-day work week in our, and give us all this extra time back.
Not yet.
If we do, it'd be great.
Looking forward to. Okay, let's project out forward a little bit, and then we'll go to some questions from the community here. But I'm sure you've been thinking a lot about what things change, what things stay the same with our practice as the stuff is developed. You've been very close to it. Can you kind of project forward whatever number of years you feel comfortable to kind of say, like, this is what the research practice could look like in 5 or 10 or whatever number of years as this technology matures and becomes more a part of how we work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't have, it's, if I'm able to forecast the future, I'd have a lot of great answers for many things. But some things that I aspire for or hope that happen in 5 years plus, and I'm wearing my hat here thinking about being an embedded UX or product researcher on a cross-functional team, is I think there's a lot of opportunity, with the advancement of our practice, and that advancement is sort of what I think of AI as, to help the people we work with, engineers, data scientists, marketing, product managers, designers across the board, understand the role that we can play as researchers in helping them clearly define what people problems we're working to solve together and get close to the insights. So you talked, about LM, AI summarization or LM summarization of insights. Imagine a future where our collaborators have access to our insights, but can work with us to get closer summarization to specific questions they have. Not fully self-service, because I think there needs to be some context and not just a magical output of what the insights are, but just closer to the raw data and closer to the steps and processes that we bring to really deeply try to understand the customers and people we're building for. And I think that's a big opportunity, because I think we naturally are heads down in our own focus areas, and similarly, like, we as researchers probably don't understand enough about the engineering processes and full stack of what they're building and what constraints they're under and what they're doing to try to bridge a connection to the team's goals.
That's a great answer. Any questions from folks at home, folks in the audience? Vera, what do you got for us?
I'm just curious, like, with, aging populations, like, for example, we take, people who are like, this, like, I'm not gonna put a number on aging, because, like, that would be strange, but how do we kind of work with, like, AI evolving itself, bringing it down and making it accessible for people who are coming from an older generation, like, building that trust? The same way, like, with Apple, like, a lot of people who are older are really adopting Apple phones, but they're finding it harder to use them with the constant updates, the constant feature requirements. So, I can restate the question so it's a bit simpler. How can we make AI more accessible to people who are a bit older and and don't have as much exposure as people maybe in our age.
Yeah, it's a great question. Population's aging. Older individuals tend not to adopt technology very well necessarily, and how can we make AI more accessible to that group of folks?
Yeah. It's a great question, and I think it overlaps a lot with our responsibility to build for everyone, which includes accessibility needs and thinking about, not just older cohorts or populations that may, not be spending as much time with technology as younger groups, looking at their phone hundreds of times a day and really learning how it works. My dad's 82, and he has an iPhone, but he only uses it for a couple things. He turns it on and off before and after he calls me. So if I get him to answer, it's magical because he forgot to turn it off. But I think it comes down to education in the product, and I think what we build, we often don't know who the user is on the other side. When you sell an iPhone, you don't know who buys it and then don't track that. So they're not getting the updates depending on, what age group they're in. I think it comes down to education and thinking about how do we build a universal product and capabilities that's good for everyone and allow people to have, awareness of understanding of how something is working. You may be able to approach a problem of lack of awareness of how a technology or a product works, similar for an older cohort or a new internet user who may be using something for the first time. And I think that's one of the challenges of our jobs because it's hard to build for everyone all at once. So we need to think very carefully about what are the key groups, how do we focus on the groups so we don't leave out important key groups and build something that only a segment of users, understand how to use.
That's a great answer. Jean Jacket, yes.
A lot of the advancement in AI and LLM are still happening predominantly in English, right? So when you think about user research in India, anywhere with English, do you think the adoption of AI will be slower? And as somebody who has to both, do you think there'll be a discrepancy where one might be more AI heavy and one might still be just curious about that?
Yeah.
So curious about the implications of AI being developed predominantly in English and language barriers and how that's going to affect the distribution of the technology.
Yeah. That's one of the areas where I'm most excited because that's where I see acceleration. If you look at, and these are public things, one of the teams I support now is Bard, an assistant here at Google. We've launched Bard in 40 plus languages, and it's being used in over 240 countries. We couldn't have done that 5-10 years ago, and machines are able to, learn that language, translate, and of course it's really important to understand localization, local cultures, local context. To really get the experience right for people in different languages or different localities. But many products are able to accelerate translations and being able to have UIs or languages in different, across a much broader context. So I'm hoping it's an acceleration that really benefits users and leaves fewer groups behind. Maybe, I'm trying to think of how long it was, 10 plus years ago at Facebook. My first role at Facebook was on the growth team that worked on localization. And I don't know if you know how Facebook translated their website, but they did it through people in the community on Facebook translating strings, literally. And they were able to use the platform to do that. You don't need humans, or people to translate strings anymore and translate literally different words in context. Luckily, we can have the machines do that now.
That's awesome. One final question from the folks at home. How do you build trust with non-deterministic machines? I think the implication is the AI is the non-deterministic machine. Any insights on that?
I think trust is table stakes. There was a slide earlier today of, it takes forever and you lose it in a drop, something like that.
Yeah, it's build trust drop by drop, lose it all by buckets. Jessa, something like that?
Is it Jessa?
Very close. I'm sure it was just as elegant.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think I'm going to come back to the transparency and control. No matter what product I've worked on at different companies, if you don't provide transparency and control to users, one, they're not happy. One of the biggest requests, that Facebook users had was getting recent feed back from ranked feed. Always, we'd go into user sessions, you'd be talking about a completely different product, and they're like, can you change my feed to be most recent and not ranked? We're like, but people like the ranked better. So that transparency of why are we doing it? We're bringing you the most important, stories up front, not the one that someone posted 0.5 seconds ago. But also, how do you give them control? I think giving people a sense of, on Bard, we have a Google it, check it button. So you can, on every single, response, you can click the Google button and go to Google search and sort of see different sources and attribution for things. So giving people that sense of control on any product has always, worked, and it gives people agency and, helps them cross-check things.
That's awesome. Thank you, Pete. Round of applause for Pete. Thank you. Awesome. Next up, we have our wonderful friends from Tremendous. Angie, are you somewhere here? Hi, Angie. Nice. Make your way in. Okay.
Thank you. Just hold it here.
That is next. I'm sure of it now.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Angie. I'm from Tremendous. I've heard a lot of puns about our company name, so try me later. We are a company dedicated to helping researchers pay participants. I actually used to work at Google Research, and then I went to a startup, and then I hit this problem myself, and I pulled my hair out trying to pay people what they wanted to be paid in. So we are a company that makes it really simple so you guys can focus on the fun stuff, which is research, and not worry about Canada Amazon cards or prepaid cards in England or getting Gcash to someone in the Philippines. We have a platform that gives you a lot of options, physical cards, virtual cards, bank transfers, PayPal, Venmo. And we are global, so you can send this money and the currency to the participants that are all over the world. We also give folks the ability to donate to charity, if that's something they want as well. And I wanted to talk to you all about one new cool thing we launched. We're also hosting the happy hour after this, so if you're interested, come talk. We recently launched an incentives calculator because one of the most common questions we got from our UX research partners, like Google, was, hey, what should we be paying people? And a lot of the calculators out there are actually based on what the status quo is, so just what people are getting paid. We actually ran an experiment with the Decision Lab, and we asked people what they want to be paid and how they want to be paid. And so we factored in a few things. This is an ongoing, live calculator. Factored in, what study type, the duration, the sensitivity of the topic, what's your target population, timing, do they want it up front, after, and we put it all together, and we have this calculator, which I don't have a screenshot of, sorry, but it's at the bottom, trem.us/research-calculator, and this is the novel approach we took, which is we actually asked people like scenario-based questions. So, would you want to take option A here or option B? Versus, hey, I'm just going to pay you $10 because that's what we've always done. So we would love for everybody to try it out. If you're already a customer of ours, which many of you are, you can go to the link bottom right. If not, it's free to use. Our platform is free to sign up, so you can get started. We don't charge fees. And yeah, we'd love to answer any questions at the happy hour. You can talk to me or Matt, who's in the back. Any questions? I don't know if I get to have questions. Yeah. If not, then I'll see you. Yeah.
I have a question. Like, I've actually participated in a couple of your tremendous surveys. Have you thought about like offering initiatives like seeing cute dogs or like cute bunnies? Like, because I feel like the incentive like to see cute furry creatures is like quite high.
So if I'm getting the question, have we considered offering incentives for seeing cute creatures? We haven't, but you know, I have someone on the research team who would love to talk to you if you want to pitch that to them. Yeah, and you know, we partner with a lot of companies like Qualtrics and SurveyMonkey, so you know, we make the payment part easy, but on the setup for like what you see right before the payment, we work with our partners usually on that. Yeah. Any other questions? If not, I'll give it back to Alec. Thanks.
All right,
Sorry,
thanks,
Josh.
Tremendous. Cool. We're in the home stretch now. We've got a very exciting talk coming up. It's not too often that researchers get to hear from VCs, especially one who is a former researcher. What? Those exist. Amazing. Before we get here, I want to reiterate some major thank yous. First, again, to Google for hosting us in this space, free of charge, helping us set up all these things. Thank you so much, Google. You guys are awesome. Yeah, we can clap it up. That's cool. Thank you. And to our wonderful sponsors, Tremendous, Look Back, User Interviews, Outset, and I'm in trouble because I can't remember. Dovetail, yes, amazing. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. And one final thing just from me. If there are things you want to learn about over the next few months, throughout the year, if there's places you want learners events to come to, just like drop me a line. You know, might be some interesting stuff happening this year. So my email is alec@joinlearners.com. This is our first event of the season. We're going to get better. You're going to get better at research, and it's going to be awesome. And with that, I think it's time for me to hand it off. I have to switch the slides. Summer and Anton from StratMinds. Give me 1 second, and I'll switch the slides.
Okay. I have the mic. Okay, so we're the last one, yeah? So we're almost there, 25 more minutes, and we have a lot of videos. So we'll make sure we'll entertain you. Okay, cool. All right, so I like to change the gear a little bit. I think it'll be great to talk about what we've been seeing in the early stage AI startups. And before we do that, I'll just do a quick intro of myself. So I am Summer Kim, your friendly user researcher turned VC. So for almost 20 years, I was a user researcher working for many different tech companies. And in the last 10 years, I was super fortunate to have built first ever research function at places like Google, G Suite. So I actually remember this space being actually decorated about 6-7 years ago, I think it was, part of Cloud Google. And then I moved on to WhatsApp, and then also built their first global user research team. And I also worked with Pete, who was at Instagram at the time. It's really cool to have this full circle coming back. And most recently, I was at Roblox and built their first Insights Lab and research function. And now I'm a partner at StratMinds VC. And we're actually working with early stage AI startups to really build something incredible, something that is not just tech-centric, but something that we can really make exceptional user experience. And with that, I'm going to actually hand over to Anton, who can talk about his intro briefly, and then we'll actually continue with our talk.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. This way, yes.
So my name is Anton, and we connected with Summer at WhatsApp, where I spent the previous 10 years. I joined WhatsApp as a first designer. I had my own studio in Ukraine. We did a lot of interesting things, even pre-App Store, and then eventually moved here after acquisition, built the design function. After WhatsApp, 10 years, I joined another small startup as a founding designer. Similar 0 to 1 story with Niva, which was a search competitor of Google, no ads, private, personalized, closer to the acquisition. It was AI search with retrieval augmented generation built in. So in the meantime, I was trying myself as an angel, and then I by accident got half of my angel portfolio in AI for some reason, like without my expecting this. And this is how we started to build a new fund of StratMinds that is dedicated to a combination of UX and AI. So we can probably move forward.
I know. So yeah. I know it's
user experience, right?
Experience,
like researchers.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yes.
So yeah, a little bit of context. So we met at WhatsApp, as I said, and like I'm giving you a challenge to guess what that number is.
It's related to WhatsApp. Okay, since we're late, let's do quick. Come on.
You're correct.
What? Like what? Like give us the date. But messages for what? Like for what? Like
per day. Yes,
per day.
It's per day. So
yeah, 100 billion
it's serving like between 2 and 3 billion users, and they got like crashing and everything to something that's more stable
and then just to kind of give you context, I worked for 7 other companies before WhatsApp, right? And then it's so crazy how 110 billion messages. Can you imagine? It's not little. It's a lot. Right, and they didn't leave not even one single message out. So that was a shock that I had. And then that's like user delight that you're getting because of reliability. Because I always kind of looked at reliability as something not as cool, but it was something that was so foundational. And then it was such a good thing for the company to make that so magical for a lot of people who's connected their life on WhatsApp.
And it happened in a lot of because of early team and founders who were, you could watch this interview, like we don't have sound, like
yeah, we have
would be
sound
happy to share the sound of this thing, but this like interviewer, you may know him from other things. Sam Altman is interviewing Jan and Jim about early days of WhatsApp, and Jan is sharing here that Jan and Brian were spending a few hours a day responding to customer emails, like until WhatsApp got to 150 million users, and then this is where we started to hire customer success people and like build the customer success, like very successful function, because it was not just helping customers, it was also translating and guiding the translation work too. So kind of like close to the market, close to understanding what people need. So.
And then the founders with the right heart that actually care about their customers and their future customer is the type of founders we're looking for. So if you go to the next slide, so what we do at StratMinds is that we are actually a San Francisco-based VC firm focused on apply AI since 2018. And then our team is pretty unique compared to other VCs since we have made up of tech insider and then product builders. And we have contributed to adding over 2 billion global users during our careers. So we know what we are doing when it comes to of the AI race will be determined by grade. You guys agree? And then it's actually, I can move forward. Yeah. And then good UX is not easy. It's really hard. And especially because user expectations are radically changing. And even more so now than ever before. I'm scared to push the button. Give you the chance. Okay, wrong one. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly talk about transition the users have experienced. And then the first one is how like software is alive on a shrink wrap in boxes, delivered to you, and you frequently update it, and you felt ownership. And it's always with you. Your apps are grown on you, and then they work online, offline, constantly updated, connected with others. And then generally, throughout all these transitions, generally the rules were, you're like smart, the users are smart, they figure out the workarounds, and generally machines are, not that smart, but it support me. There's a lot of things happen, but you can fix things, right? But then with AI, it's not the same. The rules and expectations of AI is radically changed yet again. It's actually really smart. I am shocked, right, when I first tried a lot of different tools. It's actually really useful, and it adjusts your needs dynamically. It can also anticipate questions. So all the things that we're now experiencing is people don't even know what to even, how even imagine the next steps, right? So that's why the big question that we constantly asking our partners and ourselves is, how should we approach UX in the AI first world? And then how can we approach in solving the problems? All right, so Anton's going to talk about the 3 layers that we think that is important.
I think what we've been talking today, mostly like all the speakers for today's event, I think the human-to-machine interaction is what's assumed, what's going to be changed. Like all of us are using computers, all of us learn how to use a new set of tools to do stuff. But not just that interaction is changing. I'm thinking human-to-human interaction will change as well. And what's even less expected is machine-to-machine interactions will be changed in a similar fashion because we have new ways that interfaces can be built, like APIs can be generated, like natural language stuff will be generated. So I'll try to just show the evolution, for example, like in human-machine interaction, where we started with command line interface, where we were kind of like typing our commands to machine, and then we started to develop with the help of all the amazing Doug Engelbart and Xerox Spark, all the things that make it easier for people to grasp, understand, and use, which is graphical user interface and context-driven interfaces. But now what we have and what's being changed is going into understanding more about users, following the context. So things we built are now aware of the context of the world, of the current state of the user, et cetera, et cetera. There's going to be even faster change in the developments here. And obviously, it's not just the typing or just interfacing with our fingers. It's going to be all of that and at the same time. And you could probably follow similar trajectory in how we changed our interactions with, human to human with the help of computers. We started with email, which was kind of longer form. You start with a subject, it's still there. It's going to somewhere, it's asynchronous, and in general, not very, friendly. I think you can see a lot of companies that think that email is older generation people using it, and we'll do everything on Discord or Slack or whatnot. So yeah, the help of and the change of interaction with instant messaging and group messaging, and then voice call, the rest of it. So maybe voice, but asynchronous, will now be augmented with the things and tools we build now in AI, which will be kind of the conversations we have with the help of computer. We'll have our accents changed, we'll have our languages changed in the cases we don't have the full understanding of each other. And maybe we even use more of our bodies in conversations, not just voice and video, but maybe spatial as well. We'll see how we move to that. I'll probably do the quick thing with machine to machine, where we started with perforated cards and very antiquated ways to make computers communicate with each other. So and if you think about it, the interface innovation and experience innovation, the opportunities exist on every layer of the stack of products, starting from the model layer and data layer to the dev tools and enablers, and then to application layer, which consists of AI or consumer, enterprise, and maybe kind of like vertical specific things. So with that,
so the big question, by the way, we are gonna probably start debating, and then we're gonna continue this conversation. So I'm actually gonna share with you guys a QR code at the end, where we actually do this a monthly discussion. So we'll do that, but for now, we're gonna be trying to answer like how do we create great user experience and thus great product in the age of AI. So the next slide. Okay, got it. Okay, so.
Yeah. So you could probably like follow the things I've just shared with all these new ways we interact and communicate, and see the arches of history, like how we start with like command line interfaces where just like handful of people can use it because it requires learning and it's not super user friendly and easy, to then something that all of us can use, like in the form of mobile computing devices, and that reaches billions of users, and all the innovation and user research and user experience design. We can probably see that the AI products we have right now in the form of, say, ChatGPT or Bard are somewhat in the similar state of development, where it's just kind of like, one-by-one message. It's not very, I guess, context-aware, or, like it still has to get to somewhere like with similar trajectory and similar arc, like what will we build to help bring the technologies that exist to something that's used with more people, and maybe not just people, maybe like who knows who.
And then with the development that we'll be seeing, there's opportunities are really different, right? So imagine, the users are really dealing with this crazy interactive live interaction, right? And then the personalization is not the same as before. It's a hyper real time, it's personalized. And then there's smart automated decisions. And then it's interconnected, not just the level that we know it, but now a machine and machine's gonna start talking, the apps and apps can connect. So it's a whole another opportunity that we see that is actually very different than like how it used to be, right? So these are the 4 areas that we're actually tracking. I mean, we're tracking more, but there's some of the examples that we wanna share today. And the first one is, the generative app. Everything is generated.
Yeah, and if you use this example of, it's more like a meme that was shared. So I won the job, here's my resume, my name is Brian, and this is what I say to AI, which is turned in the case to something with like more fingers, more, fluff, but also maybe something important with the context of the user. And then on the other side, it's transformed again to something that's super similar. Brian wants a job. Here's his resume in a PDF. So I guess, and our assumption is that the new set of experiences, new set of services, new set of APIs, and in the maybe like harder cases, even hardware will be generated on the fly based on the needs of both sides. So like we are here to watch what's the next generation of founders who built, all of this to help this. And probably this doesn't have autoplay, but I'll maybe like do a little guide of what's happening here. You will have even teams generated on the fly, and eventually maybe all sections of economy that can be covered by, agents that we create based on roles. So like in this case, whole code base of a game or product will be generated from the query, from the prompt, and the CTO will be managing personas that are developers who will be talking to people like LLMs who are writing documentation, to testers, to designers. So it all can be made by the single request, but then like what's generated inside can be super complex. And you can see how you can probably talk about this as living interfaces where you start with optimizing the copy that already some products exist like Mutiny or CoFrame, where the content is optimized and personalized based on the data we have on the user. But then also visual elements can be created on the fly, and also the user journeys can be like arbitrarily long or short, depending on the skills of the user.
And then this is just a example that I actually want to show. So this is actually my example, my own screenshot. So I have a habit of now using Anthropic, OpenAI, Perplexity, all three at the same time. And then I develop my mental model that I say, well, Anthropic code writes good, and OpenAI, ChatGPT can reason better, and the Perplexity I can get to real time. So I'm kind of using it for the same thing. But it's interesting because I have to, as a user, as an end user, I'm going through a very different journeys and experiences. And then recently I've been using Perplexity a lot because it's getting me, it's connected real time. And then I try to come up with my son's AI, some fun programs I was kind of like researching. And then I started to kind of document like what worked and what didn't. And it was interesting because it is still very usable and very, very awesome because it's so magical, the things that you get. So the quality and content, the actual outcome is great. But during the process, I'm confused when it comes to like all these words that's coming. But actually, before I say that, the feature that I really like is great anticipation. So because they have this thing called Copilot, which I'll talk about a little bit later, but it's really awesome for me to even teach me how to ask questions. So by giving an example, I think I can learn from it, develop my initial prompt better. So it's really helping me to get to the next stage. But if you click to the next, it's also confusing because the word Copilot appears so many times, and then I swear I clicked on it, but then it shows me I did, but then it's asking me to click again. So I don't know as a user what was actually happening when it comes to Copilot and benefit of it, right? So that's why I think it's really interesting to kind of like see how different products for very similar spaces are try to create this journey and solving the problem in a very different, unique ways, and how you as an end user are overwhelmed or confused or actually get delighted result of it. And actually, so kind of relate to that is the one other kind of big issue that I had when I was using those all generated, like ChatGPT type of product is copy paste. Isn't it funny? Like copy paste should be simple, and then now when I copy paste, all this unnecessary thing comes, and then I need to actually edit and do that, right? But this is another product called Augment that we've been actually testing and using. It is actually able to go into the right context in the right spot from the get-go. So I don't have to do the copy and paste. It formats into the right spot. So the whole contextualizing and the spot that I go in, the perfect spot to start writing is there to actually help me. And then that has been very, very helpful. That's why I wanted to compare how like contextual matters in here. So this is just kind of like quick summary of when it comes to generative, everything generated. These are some of the things to be factors to consider to lift the better experiences. And then we can actually move to the next one, which is the multimodality magic.
Yeah, and this is where things get interesting for me because like I think that the reason we have 95% of our brains responsible for the way we move and like exist in this world and doing this other different functions on cellular levels and stuff, we don't usually use it in the human-computer interaction and the products we build. So I wonder now like how we can use more of it. And at the same time, to express ourselves better, to interact better, and what new set of products will appear. This is, by the way, example where like this is not real. This is appearing as a augmented thing generated in 3D like in iPhone. But I believe eventually we'll create interfaces on the fly that will be existing in, again, for some reason it's not plain, but this example is where you can show and tell at the same time while interaction with software. This person is showing an example that while showing some pieces of context on the screen, he is talking commands to some assistant or helper. So like selecting the pieces of text, so kind of like, take this piece of information, and also like, I like this essay by Paul Graham that is about something else, and just showing this and talking, and can you compare this like ideas and maybe give me something out of it? So this is one of the examples where the speech and the screen interaction are happening at the same time. And you could see like recent successes of Zoom acquisition, or not Zoom, Loom.
Yeah,
Loom acquisition is kind of like, first example of successful product that's using like several channels at the same time, where you have the screen sharing, and then you also have your voice, and you also, actually.
No, I played, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this you don't hear the sound, but you can imagine. And I guess the things we do with our bodies, like in the spatial interfaces, it's not here, but it's starting to be more popular with Apple releasing like the gestural interactions we have, and Meta releasing the glasses that will be able to, like parse more interactions we use with our bodies. So I am curious to see what we'll have like with this. So because like it's very interesting. It's like similarly inspiring for me, where like the demos of multi-touch that existed even before iPhone, eventually we started to see on actual devices. So I'm super optimistic about that. Like not sure how successful it'll be and at what timeline, but I'm curious. And this is another example where AI is helping to visualize data, and this is the data about like 10,000 cities. And ask about ChatGPT is like to help me find the best visualization of this like complex data. And ChatGPT selected the visualization of the globe, and then maybe it can ask questions to this data, and eventually transition this data to something that is more interesting to interact with, because it's like in real space you use more of your movements and body than just like fingers. And we'll also be interacting in new vector spaces, like we're starting with the textual information, visual information, but we can easily move to spaces like emotion or reasoning or justice, or I don't know, pairing wine with the weather. Because we have these new tools with AI where we can do operations and searches on things that we were not being able to, interact before. And again, we will not hear the sound, but I'll just like explain what the demo from AGI House recent hackathon that like two talented engineers were building is about. The computer using the video channel of your face to track the emotional state of your current state, like if you're like distracted or focused, like have more energy, less energy, and simplifying interface of the website you're in based on this kind of like feedback that now can be existing in you, like the emotional stuff. And I'm also can't wait to see new products that are sensing the way we feel and changing interface based on that. This is another example, I just like brief overview. This is about voice interaction, and there is a demonstration of, CEO of a company firing co-founder. And this demo then goes kind of like, okay, go to the conversation 4 steps back, and now inject this thought to the person, and then see how this conversation keeps going. So being interactive in more ways than just kind of like what we used to, is also something interesting. So yeah, happy to give you.
So we're actually throwing a lot of examples here, and then we're trying to also like connect like what are we seeing here, and then what do we think that is a good, how you say it, a good like playbook when it comes to these early experiences. So that's why we're sharing these examples, and too bad that we couldn't really play the sound. But we are actually running out of time. It's 5:01, so we'll be really quick for the rest of the slides, and then we can continue the conversation at the happy hour. So the next one is a really interesting topic, right? The pillar that we're tracking was amplify, not replaced. So I heard from other speakers kind of touched on this topic before. So there's a lot of things happening. You've probably heard the co-pilot before. There's execution layers. They're going to help you. We probably heard the term RAG. There's a lot of things that are happening in this. And then ultimately will feel you superpowered, empowered to do something more, not replacing you as a human. And then these are actually it's working. Examples of how the execution layer working, and then getting the request from the end user. I'm looking for a house. This is my budget for a minimum 4-bedroom in this area. And then because they know your experience, like how you've been actually searching through the website, they're actually able to execute and present you the solutions or top choices. And then this is kind of dream come true, because that's I think it's Salesforce is more enterprise tools. Who loves enterprise tools, right? At work, and if they can help me in co-piloting, I think a lot of people will get a lot of benefit and actually able to do something better, right? So that's why I think it's really interesting to look at those. And then this is another augment example where just going right into research and generating text while they're talking to their coworkers, and then able to do that really quickly. And since for the interest of time, I think we can go really fast. Yeah.
I'm thinking with AI products these days, one of the problems that exists is trust, hallucinations, and retention that is, stems from this. And I see one of the few really good examples right now are utilizing retrieval augmented generation that is using the data that is yours, that is true, that you can reference and check. So when you allow to generate something that's relying on this data, the experience for users is much better. As I said, Niva was acquired exactly by that. Harvey is still in beta, but I've heard that the revenues they're generating is really good right now. So this is example of the retrieval augmented generation in companies tech companies like Stripe, for example. And you can see how Perplexity, that is also example of retrieval augmented generation, keeps the it kind of missed the hype cycle that is you could see in products Character AI or OpenAI, ChatGPT, where hype cycle goes up first and then kind of dials down a little bit. With Perplexity, it's working in a different way.
And then actually, we talked a lot about this. And then these actually are also another of my example of when I was using another product called Rewind. So we as a VC, and then we are also tech people, we test a lot of early stage products. And it's always interesting because I was testing it. I'm supposed to get a perfect memory because it's watching everything what I'm doing and recording. So it's fantastic, and it's actually pretty magical. But once that I've done the search and found something that I wanted to see it, I didn't know how to get out. So I was having this a little bit of panic, and then how do I get out? Can I click and all that? So it was really interesting. And then I got really confused later with all the options of things that I could do to get out, right? So what I'm trying to say is, UXers, this is our time. There's so much we can do. And right now, I think there are a lot of so interesting things are happening. They will be going so much more if we can really help them and then really make our different type of users in a much different level of delightness, right? And then this is another product that I tested, which is MEM AI. And then that actually has a little bit different because it'll actually tell me that how can I help you? So it's already starting the conversation. And then previously, I didn't get that. So when I say, show me what it is, and it is nothing came up. So I had to figure out how to actually ask the question. But with the other product, I was able to get a little bit of hint of, okay, you're trying to talk to me, it sounds like conversational something, so then I'll say something, and then can you find me what I need to do tomorrow, right? And then it actually generated the right kind of like to-do list for me based on what I've been generating on that MEM tool. And then it also helped me to see like, what bills do I need to pay, and then things like that to really help me to also be on top of all the other things that I need to do. Anyway, so in a nutshell, I think it's really big, this amplify and not replaced, a pillar. And then there's so much going on in there. And then I think we really need to kind of do a lot of research on this, but these are just kind of quick TLDR on some of the things that we're recommending. And trust is really a huge topic. We both were at WhatsApp. We study a lot on trust, security, privacy. And trust is really tricky and also very, very, how you say it, like massive. So we're probably not going to touch on that, but we'll find a different time to talk about this. But I do want to put it out there. A bunch of other speakers touch on it, where it is not just about like, okay, make everything transparency. There is a balance. And then the feeling of being trusted or like I can trust this is a subjective feeling and state. And then we learned it a lot when we were at WhatsApp, right? So I think it's something that we should really need to continuously think about and then be very responsible when it comes to building an AI product. And I think that's pretty much it. And we want to welcome you guys for our monthly discussion that we do. So we have some AI UXers from startups. We have folks that are coming from like Meta, Google, like tech companies. We also look at some early stage product, do like product breakdowns and talk about what worked, what didn't. So it's, as I mentioned, it's an ongoing thing that I think we need to kind of all help each other and share our thoughts. So we are starting this community. If you guys are interested, you can scan this survey code, QR code to put your name on the list, and we can go from there. And yeah.
That's super cool. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but hopefully we can continue the conversations with questions. If you want to email them, or if you're here, come to happy hour. We can talk there.
We answer better with the other stuff. And then, well, yeah, so we'll be there.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Well, amazing. This was awesome talk. I'm very excited. Also, like a little bit worried. Like, what am I going to do when all the machines and all these smart researchers replace
you're
me?
Amplified, not replaced.
Democratizing, like even like the coders these days are like you can do stuff without knowing how to code. Like you can ship products without kind of like doing the prompts, like doing the error correction,
If it's
like
possible
publishing.
to teach me how to code,
Yes.
like, then anybody can learn. Because
Yes.
I have tried, it has not gone well. It's gone extremely poorly. I had to have my parents help me with a project in high school. It was very embarrassing. Anyway, thank you so much for coming. This was super fun. Hopefully, all of you have taken away some learnings, things you can apply at your work, maybe some ideas for some projects that you want to start. And I'm excited to continue the conversations. We have new events that are going to be launching. If you go to joinlearners.com, you'll see the next couple of them. One of them is related to hiring and different levels of seniority, job expectations, how to be successful at these different levels. So check that one out. We've got our reflections year in review thing that's going to be happening in December 2. Can't wait to see you there. Thank you all for coming. Have a wonderful evening. And big shout out to all of our speakers today. Our sponsors, Google. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night. See you next month.